cafe where the whispers play, secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Tango in the corner, eyes like stone, words like daggers, chilled to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. Coffee cold, I can't think. Be a buzz, tongue don't blink. Where they go, who's the link? You're never alone. In the sirens well, another ghost for the tale. True crime cafe where the whispers play, secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Ashtrays full, sins don't wash. Table stained, lies embossed. Fingers point but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost. Coffee cold, I can't think. Be a buzz, tongue don't blink. Where they go, who's the link? Echo in the corner, eyes like stone, words like daggers, chilled to the bone. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Echo in the corner, eyes like stone, words like daggers, chilled to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. The city of shadows, truths decay. Echo in the corner, eyes like stone, words like daggers, chilled to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. Coffee cold, I can't think. Be a buzz, tongue don't blink. Where they go, who's the lake? Ashtrays full, sins don't wash. Table stained, lies embossed. Fingers point but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost. Coffee cold, I can't think. Neon wires, town don't blink. Where they go, who's the link? True crime cafe where the whispers play, secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Tango in the corner, eyes like stone, words like daggers, chilled to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. Coffee cold, I can't think. Be a buzz, tongue don't blink. Where they go, who's the link? You're never alone. In the sirens well, another ghost for the tale. True crime cafe where the whispers play, secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Ashtrays full, sins don't wash. Table stained, lies embossed. Fingers point but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost. Coffee cold, I can't think. Be a buzz, tongue don't blink. Where they go, who's the link? Echo in the corner, eyes like stone, words like daggers, chilled to the bone. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Echo in the corner, eyes like stone, words like daggers, chilled to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. The city of shadows, truths decay. Echo in the corner, eyes like stone, words like daggers, chilled to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. Coffee cold, I can't think. Be a buzz, tongue don't blink. Where they go, who's the lake? Ashtrays full, sins don't wash. Table stained, lies embossed. Fingers point but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost. Coffee cold, mud can't bake. Neon wires, town don't blink. Where they go, who's the link? True crime cafe where the whispers play. Secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Tango in the corner, eyes like stone. Words like daggers, chilled to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. Coffee cold, I can't make. Neon buzz, town don't blink. Where they go, who's the link? You're never alone. And the sirens wail, another ghost for the tale. True crime cafe where the whispers play. Secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Ashtrays full, sins don't wash. Table stained, lies embossed. Fingers point but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost. Coffee cold, I can't bake. Neon buzz, town don't blink. Where they go, who's the link? Echo in the corner, eyes like stone. Words like daggers, chilled to the bone. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Echo in the corner, eyes like stone. Words like daggers, chilled to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. The city of shadows, truths decay. Echo in the corner, eyes like stone. Words like daggers, chilled to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. Coffee cold, I can't think. Neon buzz, town don't blink. Where they go, who's the lake? Ashtrays full, sins don't wash. Table stained, lies embossed. Fingers point but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost. Coffee cold, mud can't bake. Neon wires, town don't blink. Where they go, who's the link? True crime cafe where the whispers play. Secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Tango in the corner, eyes like stone. Words like daggers, chilled to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. Coffee cold, I can't make. Neon buzz, town don't blink. Where they go, who's the link? You're never alone. And the sirens wail, another ghost for the tale. True crime cafe where the whispers play. Secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Ashtrays full, sins don't wash. Table stained, lies embossed. Fingers point but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost. Coffee cold, I can't think. Neon buzz, town don't blink. Where they go, who's the link? Echo in the corner, eyes like stone. Words like daggers, chilled to the bone. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truths decay, truths decay. Echo in the corner, eyes like stone. Words like daggers, chilled to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. The city of shadows, truths decay. Echo in the corner, eyes like stone. Words like daggers, chilled to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. Coffee cold, I can't think. Neon buzz, town don't blink. Where they go, who's the late? Ashtrays full, sins don't wash. Table stained, lies embossed. Fingers point, but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost.
Alright. Welcome back to the cafe, everybody. It is Tuesday, right? Is today Tuesday? Oh my God. No, it is Monday. Good Lord, I'm losing days. Anyway, Monday, September 22nd. The month's almost over, and we're back here at the cafe, open for business, with a couple new cases, bringing some fresh stuff to the streets here that needs to be looked at, folks. So many cases going on out there, so many things. We will be getting back to all the other stuff we've been into here soon. But this stuff is important too. It needs to have some attention brought to it. So let's check these ones out. We're looking into the singer-songwriter David and the situation with Celeste Rivas. She was found in the trunk of his Tesla vehicle. And of course, right here in good old hometown Ohio, folks, Toledo, Ohio, they were 13 children found in a house of horrors. We're going to look into that case as well today. Bring some attention to both of these cases because they definitely need it, and I appreciate you all being here for it. Thank you to my amazing and wonderful blue crew for joining me today. I couldn't do this without you guys. Thank you to all of you for joining us today as well. Please hit that like button. Share this out. And, well, guess what, you guys? You know what comes next. So let's get this show on the road because it's time to do it. All right. Welcome back, everybody. Great to see you today. Gotta slow down. I'm still a little under the weather, trying to get myself back together. I just started taking the medication today. That's why I'm running a little late. I had to get all that filled and moving. Thank you all for joining me today. Again, like I said, I got two new cases that we haven't touched on yet. They're not really new, but new to me. This situation going on with the singer-songwriter David and them finding the body of Miss Celeste Rivas Hernandez, I believe it is, in the trunk of his vehicle, folks. And what's going on there out of Hollywood, I do believe. And then the 13 children found in a horrifying house of horrors, as they called it. Very, very, very deplorable and horrible living conditions right here in good old Toledo, Ohio. Everything happens in this damn state, folks. I'm telling you. Always in Ohio. It's insane. Come on in, grab your own seat, guys. Be seated. Grab your cup of joe, coffee, tea, whatever it may be. Please get comfortable. Let's go through this stuff today and all these crazy crimes going on all around us. Crazy stuff. Crazy, crazy stuff. Thank you, Tandy. Great to see you all. Great to have you all here. Fizzy Cakes in the house. Canadian Callity, welcome back to you. Sorry I couldn't make it last night, guys. I just was still short of breath, so I had to take the rest of the day off and relax and rest some more. Miss Tandy's in the house on her lunch break. Great to see you, Miss Tandy. Samir Dalby, welcome back to you. Randy Furr, my brother, good to see you. Eddie's in the house. Good to see you, brother. Always happy to have you here. Zach Calais, welcome back to you. Michael Green, Chili Chicken, good to see you. There is our SRBBB. Missed you yesterday. Great to see SRB. Thank you for joining us. Severa. Fizzy's fizzing around. Bobby X, good to see you today. Carolyn, Prestige, In Stitches. Welcome. Everybody come on in. Trish Crow, Miss Paula, welcome back. Please hit that like button and share this out on your way in that door. Please and thank you. Go Ye 61. Hello. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yes. Definitely some interesting things to talk about here, guys. For sure. This coming next couple days or so, I'm going to get Kent Corbett to join me. We're going to be going over the documents in the Nova Scotia children's disappearance and anything new that has popped up with that. If I can get to it. Thank you, Goyi. Good to see you. Miss Vivian, welcome back to you. Midnight at the Mansionil. Good to see you. Thank you. Please do what Miss Tandy says. We don't want to upset her. So please hit that like button, subscribe, hit the notification bell, share this out. You don't want to miss joining us live, folks. Please and thank ya. Yes, that's what I had to do, SRB. We had to bring some new stories to the table that need to get some attention. We haven't paid attention to a lot of stuff going on around us for a while because we've been so delved into, surrounded by the Idaho 4 case and the Charlie Kirk situation that they both need attention too, yes, but we got to get some other stuff going, guys, that needs attention so the world can see this crazy stuff going on, sadly. So thank you all for being here for it. I appreciate you very much. Miss Vivian P. Yes. This first one we're going to get into the singer David or rapper, whatever he is. This is kind of wild. I'm seeing some things. I've been researching it a little bit last night and today. This morning looking into him. He's not what I thought he was. Thank you for being here midnight. Please don't work too hard out there. Keep yourself healthy. There's Christina. Welcome back, Miss Christina. Vivian P. Again, good to see you. Come on in, everybody. Please share this out. Let everybody know what we're doing. We got 29 people in here with 20 likes. Where is everybody? Come on in. Grab a seat. Tell them what we're doing in here, guys. Please and thank ya. I appreciate you so much. Same to you, Go Ye. Come on down, guys. Come on down. Oh. Yeah, Lord, no. I just started this new the prednisone steroid. That's going to be interesting. Probably going to gain 20 pounds just from smelling food from that thing. Those steroids make you want to eat, folks. And if my face gets red, that's going to be why, just for a forewarning, folks. Steven Movies, reseller. Hello, my friend. Welcome to you. Wade Bird, welcome back to you. Great to see you, Christina. Miss Tandy says to grab your own table. And there's no free refills today, she said. They do, Christina. They do. Come on in, guys. Grab it. That's what I was saying, too, SRB. I was sitting here last night. I'm like, I haven't really seen, really been looking at like I always look at everything and see what's going on around us. And it was like, I need to catch up. So I did, and I seen some of these stories. I was kind of slightly following. You know how I am, guys. I follow a little bit everything. And I was slightly following some of this newer stuff, and I'm like, what the hell's going on here in Ohio again? I saw that, and I said, oh, my God. It's so embarrassing. Crazy stuff comes out of this state. And then the David situation, I'm like, what is this all about? Craziness. And it'll give us a little bit of a chance to kind of recover from the the Idaho Blues, I guess you can call it, because that one really ground me to the dirt on that one. So taking a little break from it is not going to hurt anything. I'm sure we'll be back to it here in a couple days because there's documents coming and things like that. So it does make your sugars go high, Trish. That's the sad part. Thank God I'm on medication for that, but yeah, they shoot him up a little bit. I thank God I take, like I said, the sugar meds to kind of balance it back out a little bit. Yeah, they can do, if you're not careful, they can throw it up really high. You got to be careful with that. Miss Diane, welcome back to you. Dagburn, Johnny Gobble's dead floozy mama's in the house. That's why I'm taking mine, Christina, because it COPD flare-ups, asthma flare-ups, same thing. Oh my God, that's bad, Trish. Jesus. That's really bad. I'm sorry. Yeah, the Browns, them for real. Welcome, Eminem, Mayhem and Miracles. Cleveland pulled off that game yesterday. They played like shit through the whole game. The last 3 minutes of the game, they came out of nowhere and completely pulled that game out of their booties. It was crazy for sure. Crazy, crazy. I know those uniforms were pretty cool, weren't they, Eddie? I enjoyed it. I sure did. Those are the old school home, or the old school, new school home dress. That's what they wear when they're home, I guess. Ooh, excuse me, you guys. I'm sorry. I guess let me throw this up. Zesty Cane. You win $1. Hey, nothing wrong with that. Better than nothing. No, stop it. What did I do? Nope. That's not what I was trying to do. Try this again. What the shit? Hang on, you guys. Why did that happen? No, I don't take Trilogy. Let's try this one again. All right, there we go. No, I don't do Trilogy. I'm only on Cymbalta. Wait, it's just an inhaler. It's a red and gray one with a steroid in it. And then I have the blue albuterol emergency inhaler. Sorry, I got lost for a minute. And I'm working on, as we speak, quitting smoking right now. So if I seem crunchy, the way Tomboy likes to put it, that's why. Come on in, grab a seat, everybody. Please and thank you. I got a phone call last night. Something interesting. Kind of excited a little. Just because I haven't had any conversations or anything about music in a while. And a friend of mine that I've known for a long time, fellow musician, we used to play together years ago, on and off. He called me last night and said he's putting out a new album, and he wanted me to be his drum engineer on the album and put out the drum tracks and stuff like that. And I'm like, really? Okay. So Wednesday afternoon, I guess I can, depending on how I feel, of course, I'm going to head over to his place, to the studio he's got, and see what we can come up with. Put something together. It's been years, you guys, and I mean years, but he wants me to do this. He's doing, I don't know if I can do this, though. This is some heavy stuff. That's what we've always played, so we shall see. Yeah, I can do it. Yeah, hopefully I can handle it. It's a digital drum set, so I'll be able to do that. It won't be that hard to play that, but it's interesting for sure. And then maybe I can let you guys check it out. Some of you guys probably won't like the music that we put together, but it is a little heavy. But it's interesting. We shall see. See if I can do it. I can still play. That's no big deal, but it's just been a while. I haven't had anybody ask me to do drum tracks for them in a long time. I haven't played my own band in probably 10 years now since I played. So I mess around here and there. You know, I haven't played nothing steady, but I mess around still here and there. Yeah, it is. Once you pick up the sticks, you don't. Randy was a drummer too, or is a drummer. You can ask him. You don't forget. Once you start playing, you don't forget. It comes back to you like it wasn't nothing, just like it was yesterday. Violin. Turn it into a fiddle. Plug it into an electric cord and make it sound interesting. Lost Faith. What is a digital drum set? Electronic drum set. Lost Faith. It's not acoustic like you'd see. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. I'll show you. Hold on here 1 second. Very cool, Stephen. One second. So this is an electronic drum kit. We call them digital drums because you plug them in and you can punch in digital codes to help play. So this is the electronic as compared to acoustic.
Hi, my name is Nathan Ricks. I'm hanging out with my friends here at Guitar Center. Today, we're going to be taking a look at the Alesis Strata Prime electronic drum set.
So these are all touch pads, okay? They're like a sensor. There's sensors behind these. They're not like regular drum pads. They don't make that noise you're hearing. It comes through a speaker because you're programming in whatever drum kit you want to play. If you want this to sound like Neil Peart's drum set from 1964 or 1974, it'll sound like Neil Peart's drum set from 1974. You can program it in, and then you'll hit these sensors behind each one of these pads, and it comes out of the speakers or the amplifier, and it sounds just like that. These are very expensive. My buddy has almost the same kit. That's what I'll be playing on. And then you can program different things and triggers into this. You can play double bass and all that. But just so you understand what this does, it's got rubber. The cymbals are made out of rubber. You can make a choice to do that or tin. but it all sounds like real acoustic drum sets like you're playing.
I am a session musician. I am a music director and a producer here in the city of Los Angeles, California, where I've had the pleasure to work with artists such as Hunter Hayes, Peachtree Rascals, Aaron Ray, Maida, Wale, as well as work with multiple.
And I'll show you real fast while we're waiting on people to pop in here. This is my love, my other love. So let me show you. Kind of what I'll be doing. Real fast here, if I can find it. Of course, if you're interested to hear or see. Let me see. I got to find something comparable. 1 second. The thing is you can have fun with these. I could play some kind of 80s techno, electro, Thomas Dolby type stuff on this. And I can also play a bunch of other good stuff here. If I can show you a little bit what I mean. These are mesh drums, by the way. The skin on it is made out of mesh. And it's, like I said, it's got the sensors behind it. And it sounds just like a regular drum kit. And it's so much easier on my elbows and my knees. Hey, Miss Lucy Lou. Let's see. Trying to find what the type of music I'm playing and show you what it's going to sound like on this type of a drum set. One second. All right, guys, 39 peeps in the house. Please make sure to hit that like button, please, and thank you. Miss Rach, welcome. Good to see you, dear. Let's see. 1 second. Come on in, everybody. I'm going to show you guys a real quick demo of what I'm going to be playing here in a quick second here, as soon as it pops up. So this is essentially the exact same drum set minus a few things that I'm going to be playing off of. I hope I can still do this, guys. I'm actually kind of nervous because it's been a long time. My knees are old, my body's old, but this is what I play typically and how. And it's interesting because it don't look like it could make the sounds that it does, but because there's electronic triggers and all sorts of things in it, this is what it sounds like. So if you've noticed, the cymbals are rubber. It's the heads on the one I have to play off of is bigger, and of course, I have normal drumsticks and all that stuff. But that's the type of music that we play, and that I will be doing laying the drum tracks for him on. Probably a little bit heavier in some aspects too, because he's a little crazy with the guitars. But anyhow, that's what I'm attempting to do. Actually, there's the drum set. This is the exact same drum set. Yeah, she's pretty quick. This is the exact same kit right here that I'll be playing off of. Identical. Hold on. And I used to play this song all the time, by the way. It's kind of funny. And yes, that's Slayer critical. Nice. Good ear. My difference is when we do this, because I play quads and stuff, it's really heavy. It's probably heavier than this. I have dual pedals that we run on the bass drums. There's 2 bass drums, okay? But you run dual pedals on it, so it sounds like you're playing 4 bass drums. As you're playing, you can see how they were rolling, and you can set triggers to echo and playback and things like that. All sorts of electronic things you can do. It's kind of interesting. Just saying. Something else I found a lot, because after he told me that yesterday, I started looking up patterns and quads and stuff, and I've really found some interesting drummers. There's a lot of female drummers out there that are so amazing nowadays. I didn't even realize. Oh, here we go. That's it right there. Yes. That's an even better shot of it. I didn't even see this one. Here we go. Let me show you. This guy's older than me. If he can do it, I can do it. But anyway, the speed that we'd be playing is more along the lines of like Slipknot and stuff like that. So for any of you that know it, I know some of you guys probably have no idea who or what I'm talking about, or even care, because I know SRB hates that music, and that's okay. It's all good. I found all these younger drummers and female drummers that were killing it. You guys, it's makes me feel stupid. I'm gonna look like an idiot compared to some of these people. Some guy that plays backwards. There's another guy that plays with his blindfolded. Like, what is going on in the world these days? Oh, I've been out of it for a while. Used to play this one too. This is not so hard. Disturbed. But once I get them laid down, we get everything recorded, I'll have to get a copy and play it for you guys. Maybe I can get Jeff to record it when I'm playing it, and I can show you me playing it if you want to see it, of course. That way you can laugh at me as I'm out of breath and everything. Holding my knees. I'll be doing icy hot on my knees every night. We'll see. Awesome, Michael. That is awesome. Come on in and grab a seat, you guys. We're about to get kicked. Please make sure to hit the like button if you. Look, I found a video when I was looking this up last night. SRB. This is what she kind of reminded me of you, and this is what it reminds me of when you hear the music that I listen to. I know she hates my music, you guys. She truly hates it. But this is Hemisphere. What's going on, bro? He is one of the best. Hemisphere. That's right. So this is a hilarious video I wanted to show you guys. This is what I imagine SRB doing, watching me play the music that I play, or anybody playing this kind of music. This is the face I imagine. Watch this. This is hilarious. And I know she'll get a kick out of this. Here you go.
You feel that? Oh, shit. Oh,
Except for that part. She hates this music. Every time I try to play something like this when we're doing Discord or whatever, she absolutely just detests it. So I try. It is what it is. Anyway, on we go. I can't mess with music because I'll get stuck on it. See? Exactly. That face. Always. You guys, you got to listen to it all. You can't cringe. You have to listen to it all. Yes, Neil Peart, my friend. One of my absolute idols. Joey Jordison, Neil Peart, Michael Anthony. Jesus, I just lost my Eddie Van Halen's brother, the Van Halen's drummer. Jesus, it's not as dark as it sounds, you guys. I promise you. Okay, so let's get into what we're doing today. Miss Lucci. Let me find it here. Where are they? Where are they? Where are they? It should be up at the top up here. I don't know why they're not. Give me a minute. Where is it? Oh, it might have overflowed. I had too much stuff. Give me a second here. I'm digging in here. Where's it at? It's not at the bottom. Yeah, what's up here? All right, 1 minute. Okay. Yes, Travis is another one of my idols. 1 minute. All right, here we go. I'll start here with this. The story's crazy, you guys.
But first, he's been called one of Gen Z's most buzzed about artists. Singer-songwriter David broke through in 2022 with hit song Romantic Homicide, going viral on TikTok and peaking at #4 on Billboard's Hot Rock and Alternative Songs chart. But David's tour is now canceled, and he is at the center of a possible homicide investigation. This because on September 8th, the decomposing body of a teenager, Celeste Rivas, was found in an abandoned Tesla registered to David. Tonight, we have the latest in the investigation. Good evening and welcome to Closing Arguments. I'm Julia Janae, filling in for Vinnie Politan tonight. Thank you for being with us as we follow this story that has so many unusual circumstances that all seem to point to a famed singer. On September 8th, police responded to a report of a foul odor coming from a Tesla that was impounded at Hollywood Tow Service in Los Angeles. In the trunk, investigators found the unthinkable: human remains. Investigators also learned that that car was registered to singer-songwriter David, whose real name is David Anthony Burke. These remains were dismembered, and they were later identified as a teenager named Celeste Rivas. She would have been 15 years old on the day that she was discovered. She had been reported missing from Lake Elsinore, California. That was in April of last year. The medical examiner's report stated that Celeste's body was decomposed. She was wearing a tube top, black leggings, a yellow bracelet, and stud earrings. And most interestingly, Celeste had a tattoo on her right index finger that simply read, "Shh." And singer-songwriter David also has the same tattoo on his finger. No one has been named as a suspect in this investigation, but it is considered a homicide. So we want to dig into this case and where this investigation seems to be leading. Let's bring in our guest for this hour, host of the Outlier podcast and pop crime TV reporter Lauren Conlon is with us. Lauren, thanks so much for joining us and talking about this case where we just seem to get more and more details. that are centering around this famous person. Now, there may be a lot of our viewers who say they don't know anything about David. He's got this unusual spelling of his name where the number 4 is in it. Let's set the scene first and start with who is David. How much success does he have, and what's his background like?
Yes, he actually grew to fame on TikTok. So he had this huge following of young people. He blew up, and now he is doing a world tour. And this guy, I was shocked to see it. He has about 2 million followers on Instagram alone. And his rise to fame was pretty rapid. Now, he has connected with people like Benny Blanco. If you look at his social media, the house that was actually just searched, which doesn't belong to him, reportedly it belongs to his manager. He had photos of Benny Blanco in this house. He was entertaining people in this house. So again, he seems to have rose to fame very quickly with a very large following. He's very active with his social media users. He's active on Discord. He does a lot of streams, and Celeste was actually seen in 2 of these streams. And recently, the Discord moderator came out and said, you know, we had no idea that this girl Celeste was missing, and we really had no idea that she was 13 or 14 at the time. We thought she was hanging out with David and she was 18 or 19. So they had no idea. And these moderators are really distancing themselves from David and from this whole thing.
And that's big, those ages in particular that you're talking about, because her 15th birthday would have been around the time that she was discovered. But when she was reported missing, she was only 13 years old. And it sounds like you're saying other people knew where she was, didn't know that her family was looking for her. How old is David? And also, in terms of Celeste, did she have any kind of fame? I know people have been characterizing her as a singer.
She did not have any type of fame that I'm aware of, and I've dug pretty deep here, but she actually would have turned 15 on September 7th, which is the day before her body was I guess, discovered in this Tesla, which is incredibly heartbreaking here. And actually, one of her teachers just kind of went viral because he came out and said, oh my gosh, I taught Celeste, and I know for a fact that she met David on social media, and she was hanging out with him, and he picked her up. And this was about April of 2024. She took off with him. Her parents or her mother called the police. The police brought her home, but then she disappeared again in May of 2024. And David, by the way, is 20 years old right now. So he would have been 18 years old when he was hanging out with her. And something that is incredibly chilling as well is, you know, the missing flyer stated that Celeste was wearing these Hello Kitty pants the last time she was seen. Well, there's a resurfaced photo of David also wearing Hello Kitty pants, looking visibly distressed in the shower. Now, I have seen just so many red flags. As you said, police have not named a suspect, but at this point, it's not looking great for David. He's canceled, a big leg of his tour. I would imagine that LAPD has said, you know what, we kind of want you to stay put right now. And I mean, if you look into his songs, right, Romantic Homicide, I mean, some of these lyrics are very disturbing. Just pulling up some lyrics to that song, he said, quote, "In the back of my mind, I killed you and I didn't even regret it." He has music videos that seem to glorify romance and death. And it gives me chills. It really gives me chills.
I'm glad you mentioned the song, because that's one of his top songs, this Romantic Homicide. She's not named at all in that song, but Lauren, we understand there was a song that had a name that matched our victim here.
Yes, and this is also interesting because the song is not super easy to find.
Yeah, that's what's the creepy thing to this. So this guy is coming off like a psychopath, you guys. And yes, this girl was just listed as a runaway at some point, but now, like I said, it's coming out to where this dude is looking to be like some form of a psychopath or something. This is crazy.
Internet sleuths kind of dug this up. In 2023, he did reportedly write a song, record a song, which was called Celeste. And he kind of talks about, you know, this girl that he's in love with. And I think he mentioned something about a tattoo on her chest. So that right there, you know, that says a lot, as well as some of these streams that are coming out with the two of them again on Discord. And they're talking about really just inappropriate things here. I think that something that was brought up on one of the streams, they were referring to Epstein and just, you know, the assaulting of children. And then they quickly say, oh, delete this. And, you know, a lot of these videos, not all of them, but when you see Celeste, you know, she's got a hood on a lot of the time, or these big glasses. And I just have to think that, you know, she didn't want to get caught. She knew that maybe her parents wouldn't approve, you know, someone in her life wouldn't approve. So she seems to be, you know, hiding her face just a bit.
Yeah, you mentioned that you've had to dig up some things when it comes to this case and understanding more about the people involved. We were able to obtain an interview that David did. It's undated, it's from the past, but we want to just take a look at that because that's going to help people understand who maybe don't or haven't ever seen him before or followed him on TikTok or heard his music.
Yeah, that was something else that came out too, and it made me wonder if that was the reason why this all happened. Like it said again, trigger warning. Like, she was found dismembered. What else was removed? Possibly, you know, that's so weird and crazy. Tandy,
here's a listen.
I rock with New York heavy. I love that place so much, and I was in New York 7 years of my life. I moved to Texas when I was like 8 years old, and then after that, I was homeschooled, so I didn't really I wasn't shaped by my environment whatsoever. It was mostly just, I was such an internet kid. The internet is really what I claim as my home. Like, if you ask me where I'm from, I say the internet, because I was just online every day, doing my schoolwork, making songs, making a video, being a YouTuber, content creator, posting TikToks, posting on Instagram. Like, that's really my neighborhood was Instagram, and the society was the internet. You know what I'm saying? So I'm very appreciative and grateful for the art that comes out of Houston and the art that comes out of New York, but it hasn't shaped my artistry at all.
Lauren Conlon, thank you so much for all of your insight on this. I know we'll be checking in with you as this case develops. We want to bring in our think tank now, who we have standing by to talk about all these details. What do they mean in this investigation? We have with us criminal defense attorney Josh Colesrud. We also have former law enforcement officer and host of the Strong Enough podcast, Claudia King, and private investigator Lauren Vellucci is with us. Great to see you all. Josh, let me start with you. Your thoughts about where we are in the investigation in this case and all of these unusual coincidences that seem to be stacked.
yes, that's what I read on it too, Fizzy, is that her brother saw her being picked up multiple times in that Tesla, and then one time he picked her up and he never brought her back. Well, that's probably when this all went down. Something very bad happened. Great to see you, Peaky. Thanks for joining us, Hen.
Backing up against the singer.
Well, we're certainly at the beginning, and in any violent criminal case, there's no such thing as coincidence. Now, every coincidence is circumstantial evidence. They're a data point that points at motive. And here, you know, one of the main pieces of evidence, obviously, is the body, but also the Tesla. You know, the Tesla is like a supercomputer, and it's going to be able to tell investigators so much about the timeline. And the timeline in this case is particularly important because of when the body was found, and also where David may have been at the time that it was found. So that's going to be really important. Also, you know, I'm really looking forward to hearing from the toxicology analyst to see, you know, was this an overdose or was there some type of poison or foul play involved? Also, we haven't heard much about the cause of death other than it's pending. You know, one of the things I also noticed was that, you know, David's representative said that he is cooperating, but what we didn't hear was he didn't do it. We didn't hear that he had nothing to do with this. We didn't hear that he didn't know her, which is kind of what you'd expect to hear from somebody who had nothing to do with a violent crime. So I think that, you know, David is doing what he should be.
What I don't understand is why he abandoned the car, knowing, if he knows, I feel like he's involved somehow. You know, that's kind of stupid. What's up, Eddie? Thanks for joining me, bud. How are you today?
Good. How are you doing today?
I'm good. I'm good. What do you think of this case? We've only jumped into this one so far. Something a little different. Any thoughts on this before we go any further?
Yeah, so far I have a question about the timeline. So apparently, her age when she disappeared was 14.
14, I believe. Yeah. She was last seen February 14th of this past February. Yeah. So I believe she was 14. She'd be 15 now.
Okay. So they just found her. This is like current events. So they just found her body in this.
Yeah, just a week or so ago.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it was parked. It had been impounded, towed from where it was abandoned in the Hollywood Hills, impounded, and it was sitting in like an impound yard, and somebody started smelling, that smell, and they wandered around until they found it, and there it was, and there she was found dismembered in the trunk of the car. Very bad. Very bad. Crazy.
Yeah, he'll be involved in some way.
Yeah, 100%.
Probably paid someone to do it, if anything.
Or something in that sense. But the thing is if you know this situation happened as a criminal, even, okay, why would you leave it like abandoned? Why wouldn't you at least? I mean, I know this sounds dumb, you guys, because I don't want a criminal to get away with something, but wouldn't you at least, Eddie, you think, try to get rid of the situation and then go on? You know what I mean? It just doesn't make sense to me. Hey, Kent, good to see you, my friend. It's weird.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Definitely, it's an oversight. In other words, yeah, he should have did it better.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. Unless, like you said, maybe he paid somebody to handle this situation. They told him it was handled. They screwed up and couldn't, they didn't want to tell him about it, and here we are. You know what I'm saying? That would make some sense too.
Yeah. So if it turns out she was pregnant, I mean, that's kind of like that ruins his dreams of pursuing his lifestyle and his music. And
well, they'll continue
career.
He'll probably continue to do this behind bars. They do this all the time. Lots of musicians have written and produced music from behind bars. And the thing is he seemed to have a general either obsession or severe interest in this girl because he wrote about her in a lot of his songs. It's pretty interesting. It's the underage thing blows my mind. I don't get it. Like if you're this famous and you're this popular, why would you have to go something that's illegal and go after somebody that you can't have? Maybe that's the answer.
Yeah, she kind of had him under her thumb, so to speak, if
Right. Yeah, the car was on the street that it was picked up for a month. He was there in the city around the time, and it was left, but the car was moved sometime within that month. Gotcha. Right.
Let me read that. The car was on the street.
Oh, sorry.
It was around the time it left, but the car was not. Okay, I get it.
Right. Yeah. I guess there's another Celeste, nothing says too. So that makes sense. Okay. Maybe he was obsessed with the name. Who knows?
I bet they'll have, it wouldn't be hard to do this neither. I bet they'll have them somewhere on video getting tattoos together, or her getting a tattoo and seeing who she's with.
Well, I think there was a deleted video. Somebody in chat mentioned it too. Oh, here, the deleted live stream says it all. So do the Discord messages talking about her pregnancy. There it is. Okay. Must have been something he thought was going to ruin him and didn't want it to happen at that point, So therefore, in turn, hence why I believe they found fetal tissue in the trunk. And that could be why this was done in the first place. Considering that, she's underage, she's pregnant, it's his responsibility. He's the one that has to take accountability. That could be all sorts of problems for him. So,
yeah, I mean, that's automatically her meal ticket for life.
Yeah, 100%.
Now we're attached forever.
Yeah, right.
He wasn't having that.
Right, absolutely. Yeah, that's what I read too, that he kept moving the car every so often and finally somebody just towed it. So why would you not dispose of what you have in the trunk, knowing that it's there somehow, somewhere, you know what I mean? And then clean this. People are so stupid. This makes no sense. Not that, like I said, I'm glad he didn't because he didn't get away with it. But the thing is, it doesn't make sense. That's wild. Either he hired another Celeste to cover for this Celeste or a single white female issue because they look so much alike. Oh, okay, got you. Ah, maybe the other Celeste was guilty of this Celeste. And that could make some sense too. Nothing half-assed. That's interesting. The one that's 23 was used to cover up him being around the younger one. There are a ton of videos and photos, messages proving that he was around her. Aha, okay. See, those things I didn't know.
Yeah, that's deep.
Yeah, it really is.
But yeah, it's pretty simple in the same vein.
Yeah. Quite interesting. Let's see where we're at. We're almost done with this video here anyway.
Doing, which is lawyering up and canceling his tour and taking this seriously. But I think there's smoke here, and we're going to find out really soon if there's fire.
Yeah, cause of death still pending. That's an important point to bring out, Josh, because we don't know many of the details. But Claudia, I want to ask you about this. We have from ABC 7 Eyewitness News. They've reported these details about this search of the home where he's connected to. A Hollywood Hills home where he had been living was searched overnight. Law enforcement sources told ABC News on Thursday as authorities investigate the death of a teenage girl whose body was found in the trunk of a Tesla registered to the 20-year-old singer. A search warrant was executed at this home. The singer doesn't own it, but had been staying at it, sources said. Now, Los Angeles Police Department detectives, they were seen taking a computer and several other items out of the home. Los Angeles police confirmed Thursday that the search warrant was in connection to the death of the teenager Celeste. Claudia, what do you think about where we are in this case?
Yeah, I totally agree with what Josh said. There's definitely smoke here, and I think there's a lot that has to be done by law enforcement. When you look at both the vehicle, which is registered to him, but also the house, you know, he can very easily say, well, there's a bunch of people under the umbrella of my organization. And so, you know, so-and-so was driving it, or so-and-so had this, or this other person was at the house. So I think there is a lot to go through, and they're going to have to likely eliminate a lot of people if it really is David and they want to get the case to go to the jury and get a guilty verdict. There is a lot of work to be done.
Lauren, when you're hearing the details of someone reported missing a while ago and the body being found decomposed and dismembered, what sort of things do you think these law enforcement detectives are looking for inside of that home, especially if a long time has passed?
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to be taking apart drains to see if she was possibly dismembered in the bathtub. They're going to be looking for bones, tissue samples, and they are specifically looking for blood evidence, I've been told in this case, in the home to place her there. This is a crazy case. It makes no sense to me. To me, in my opinion, it screams.
Yeah, Magnum, absolutely. I have Toledo Mud Hens, 100%. That's a big deal.
I have too. That's
yeah, like they're a big deal around here.
Minor league team.
Yeah. Yes.
Hickory Crawdads.
Yeah, oh yeah. Mahoning Valley Scrappers. Toledo Mud Hens. Yeah, Mud Hens are a big deal around here. So, 100%, bud.
Dago, you're muted.
Oh, okay. Yes, they do have the backup cameras. I think some of them have like a frontal view camera and side view cameras. Some of them. My neighbor has one that has side view cameras on his. But that would be. It depends on how it was done. But yeah, you could probably get the recording of somebody placing her in the trunk. Good point. Very good point.
Some kind of a mental break, because when you dismember.
Okay, so there's 8 cameras on it. Thank you, Jamie. Interesting.
Someone, you're doing it for a reason, to go ahead and discard them somewhere, but then you're going to just not do that and abandon your car a few blocks away from your home. It's just very strange, but I have no doubt that where there's smoke, there's fire, like the rest of the panel said. So it's not looking good for David here.
Josh, final question about the age gap here and the age of the victim. Even if the charges don't come out with homicide, do you think there could be potentially other charges that could be connected to this case?
Yes. So they're going to be looking at through the victim's phone, assuming they find it, but also David's phone. And if there's any evidence whatsoever that he was having any type of sexual contact with her, I have no doubt that there will be some type of sex abuse charges that are brought alongside the homicide if it's proven that he had anything to do with it.
All right, Think Tank, thank you so much. We will continue to follow this story.
All right, so that was the court TV. I have another couple other things on this too.
See, this is the type of case where the actual facts will come out, and they don't have to construct this narrative around it to make.
Oh, right, it's already there.
Yeah, there will be so much evidence in this case; it'll be overwhelming.
Mm-hmm.
And if he has anyone else involved, there will be a link to those people, and once they get those people or that person, they will be able to crack through that shell so quick. They're not going to go down for what he did.
No, hell no. Right.
They'll give it up so quick.
Right, exactly. Thank you, Christy.
Themselves.
Yeah, I 100% as they should, I'm sure he thinks he has people that would probably die for him or whatever, but at some point, no, that ain't, if you're smart, you ain't going to be that person. So thank you, Christy, so much. Appreciate you, hon. Good to see you here today. We go with this.
Appear in photos with him, at least it looks like her, and at least 2 live streams where he engaged with fans with her by his side. Moderators of Discord and Twitch that we've been looking at who, ran these live streams released a statement today, and they say they had no idea Celeste was underage or a missing person, thought she was 18 or 19. They say that they've severed all ties with David. But I mean, again, about the ages, this guy's 20, she was about to be 15. Right? I mean, this is really wild how they hooked up in the first place, allegedly, and where it went from there.
Yeah, I mean, actually, her 15th birthday was September 7th, which is a day before the body was found. And something else here, the fact that the body was dismembered, and I feel horrible saying this because you've got this beautiful girl on the screen who really should still be here, but her body was dismembered, and it seemed to be the way they had described it, the medical examiner, very badly decomposed, which to me kind of indicated that it had been there for well over a month. And it was also supposedly in a plastic type of container. I mean, look, again, he's not a suspect, but the dismemberment of a body, does that sound like a first time?
No, this is that Labs guy. I know what she's getting ready to say. Does that sound like a first time scenario? He is a suspect, as far as I'm concerned. He's a suspect because he owned the vehicle. They were together in multiple pictures, things like that. They were together, period. So, yeah, 100%, Anna. If they do test they don't know that they found a fetus. They found fetal tissue in the trunk, not fetus, but still, there should be ways to do different things with that scenario, I think.
This panel, I'm sorry, I thought you
Go ahead.
This panel guest that just asked that question, it's kind of a ridiculous question because it gets the conversation going in a direction where it is misleading it. And I don't know if it's we'll have to listen further into it. But,
yeah, I'm going to play the rest of it. But you're right. They do this a lot on News Nation.
Yeah, I mean, just think of that. I mean, the natural answer to the question is, yeah, that seems like dismembering. That's definitely not a first timer.
Well,
that's pretty sick and evil. That's an experienced one with many, many kills under their belt. Well, and the thing is
that's
the
where
situation would dictate. I mean, it doesn't take a genius to figure out if, make it fit into a certain size compartment, or if you want
plastic container. Yeah.
disembowel, you know, the contents of, you know, whatever.
Thank you, Christy. Yeah, it's, you know, the product that comes from News Nation a lot of times is very generic. So it is what it is. There are other, Zakali's right. There's other. I just grabbed a couple that I had looked at just to give some updates of what's going on. What's up, Texas? Good to see you, bud. But yeah, good point.
I mean, more to the point is just the act of taking another's life. That in itself, isn't that enough to
That's enough.
ask the same question? You know, that
yeah, they're trying to make this out to be more than what we know that it is so far.
Yeah.
You know, was this a serial killer? That kind of shit type thing. So we'll see. That's what she's doing. Making it more dramatic to give him better views. So be it. I had never heard of him either. Nothing. And I looked into him, and he's more towards the younger generation. Okay. I believe he started as a streaming star and started doing his music that way. And then he went from that and got a little bit bigger. So he's not big enough for me to know who he is yet. So I guess he's getting there, though. Thank you, Jamie.
Time killer to you? I mean, that's shocking to me. I can't really get my head around it. And also, his tour started right around August 5th, I believe, is with the first date of his tour. Neighbors said the Tesla had been abandoned since maybe around the 3rd or 4th. So, you know, the timeline checks out without, you know, really pointing fingers at him. I mean, sorry, it's hard not to at this point, but yeah, it all is making sense.
Right. And listen, I mean, Los Angeles is really hot too, right? So it's a very, very warm environment where this Tesla was abandoned. I've heard other things too, that maybe the body just fell apart. Was it dismembered? Did it just fall apart? I mean, it's really hard to talk about, as you mentioned, with looking at the victim, and our hearts go out to her family and to her friends and everybody who, you know, maybe didn't know that this was going on, this alleged relationship. Has David said anything right now? Has he said anything about Celeste? I mean, he apparently wrote a song about her, but has he said anything about what's going on? Because we don't know for sure where he is. We know that he has these reports that he returned to LA on Wednesday, but not seen in public. So are you hearing any buzz about what he's saying?
No, I'm not hearing anything about David and the way he feels, any sort of press statement about him. And, you know, I think it's interesting because he grew to fame on social media like TikTok and Instagram. He's got something like 2 million followers, and he's posing with very high profile people like Benny Blanco. And, you know, these people haven't said anything as well. They've said nothing. And I think at this point, everybody just wants to keep their distance, as they should, until we know a little bit more.
Lauren Conlon, all over this story. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation.
Okay, let's see. What else did I have over here on this one?
Did you catch that? The host, I forget her name. She said, maybe, you know, it's just hot in LA. Maybe the body just fell apart.
Yeah, well,
how ridiculous.
Things don't work that way.
Yeah, it doesn't work that way. And to suggest it is kind of
that shows the inexperience and uneducation that no education, I should say, that these people have or not have.
I mean, maybe they would enjoy it if you had that takeaway. Maybe it's more purposeful, though. I don't know. You can't prove it, but maybe there's more behind sometimes why they're saying stuff like that. I mean, it's just like it's a notch below the old. Maybe it was just celebratory gunfire, you know, in an errant round type of comment. I mean,
yeah,
that's kind of
pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, because then, you know, the peanut gallery is going to go running wild, you know.
Of course.
There's no dismemberment. It's just the body just fell apart into pieces.
Then you can draw away from the fact that there was
you're minimizing it.
The crime, right? And that's where they need to learn, education-wise, not to do stuff like that, because obviously she was dismembered. You know, leave it what it is, call it what it is. You don't minimize what he did. or what, whoever did. Just saying. So we're gonna roll with this one, and then I think there's another little clip that I had too, and then again, there's a thing describing that there were two of these girls. There's two people named Celeste. One of them is older. One of them was underage. That he was kind of posing with the one when he had to cover for the underage one, and they look a whole lot alike, I guess, but not identical. Yeah, I did hear that, Fizzy. I did. It's wild. So anyway, let's check this one out here and move on. And then this other story we got today, guys, is really, really sad and crazy too. So
arrived. That's when the just released about the identity of the person found wrapped in plastic discovered in the trunk of a singer's car. We're breaking down the latest and where the investigation stands now, as the singer's rep maintains that he's fully cooperating with the investigation. Thanks for joining us on Law and Crime. I'm Elizabeth Milner. Investigators say the remains were of a 15-year-old girl who was reported missing last year. But even with this new lead at this time, police are keeping tight-lipped if they have a suspect or a person of interest. Earlier this month, employees at a tow yard in Hollywood noticed a strong odor coming from one of the cars. The smell was so strong and foul, they had no choice but to call police. When officers arrived, that's when the startling discovery was made. A body was wrapped in plastic and dumped in the vehicle's trunk. When investigators dug into who that car belonged to, they learned it was registered to the singer David, whose real name is David Anthony Burke. Officials say that the car was towed from the Hollywood Hills after someone reported it missing. Investigators believe that the body was put in the trunk about 5 days before it was towed to the impound lot. Now, initially, we didn't know much, including who was the victim. Did the victim have ties to the singer? Was the singer a person of interest or a suspect? We're still waiting to learn more, but now investigators reportedly identified who the victim is. We're learning this week that the Los Angeles County Department of Medical Examiner ID'd the victim as a 15-year-old girl named Celeste Rivas. According to LAPD, the victim was 5'2", had wavy hair, and a tattoo on her right index finger that says shh. She was found wearing a tube top, black leggings, an earring, and a yellow metal chain bracelet. According to a report by TMZ, though, the singer David also had that exact same tattoo on his right index finger. But that doesn't necessarily equal murder suspect. It might be an odd coincidence, especially with other celebs like Lindsay Lohan, Rihanna, and Lily Allen sporting the same tat. Here's what else we know about 15-year-old Celeste. Her mom told local reporters she had been missing for more than a year. Her mom said when she saw the news of the body found in David's Tesla, it was suspicious to her because her daughter's boyfriend's name was also David. Little is known at this time about the events leading up to Celeste going missing. According to a missing poster, she was last seen on April 5th of 2024 in Lake Elsinore, California. That was when she was 13 years old. She was last seen wearing gray pants, a black sweater, hat, and Hello Kitty sandals. Attorneys for the singer say that he continues to cooperate with the investigation. While authorities haven't publicly said that he is a suspect, that hasn't stopped some people from jumping to their own conclusions. Some eagle-eyed fans pointed to David's previous songs as some kind of clues or messages, like Romantic Homicide, for example. His lyrics include, "In the back of my mind, I killed you, and I didn't even regret it. I can't believe I said it, but it's true. I hate you." Now, that song was released in 2022, 2 years before Celeste went missing and 3 years before her body was discovered. But again, it didn't stop some people from speculating. Then, in another report from TMZ released Wednesday, the singer professed his love to someone named Celeste in an unreleased song. According to the report, those unreleased tracks included the lyrics, "Oh Celeste, the girl with my name tattooed on her chest. Smell her clothes like cigarettes. I hear her voice each time I take a breath. I'm obsessed." The other verse included the lyrics, "Oh Celeste, afraid you'll only love me when undressed, but you look so damn gorgeous in that dress. Missing you so much makes me depressed, but I digress because." Now, according to the report, that song was leaked in December of 2023, just months before Celeste was officially reported missing. And it's important to note, no official...
There's actually quite a few famous people that have the shit tattoo, for sure.
confirmation Celeste in the leak song is the same Celeste found in the car. Companies like Crocs and Hollister pulled their marketing campaign.
She was 15, Roe, when they found her.
campaigns after Celeste's body was discovered too. In a joint statement, the brands wrote, "We are aware of this developing story. With respect to the current situation, we have removed campaign content featuring David while the investigation continues." According to a previous report by TMZ, it was police who told David that there was a body inside his Tesla because he had no idea what was going on. But it's still unclear how the car registered to him ended up in a tow lot if it wasn't even reported missing. Again, the singer's rep says that he has been cooperating, but we learned today he's pausing his current world tour. According to TMZ, he was supposed to hit the stage in Seattle for a concert, but sources tell the outlet that concert was canceled and the rest of his tour is on pause. Following the latest in the investigation, ABC7 Eyewitness News reports a house close to where the Tesla was abandoned was searched. Dozens of investigators were reportedly seen taking a computer and other items from a home in Hollywood. Some homeowners told the news outlet they remembered seeing that Tesla for a while, either parked at the house where police conducted their search or at other spots on the same street. But as of this recording, he isn't named as a suspect, and no criminal charges have been filed against him. So the mystery and investigation continues. I'm joined now by retired FBI agent Colin Schmidt. Colin, thank you so much for joining me. What's your reaction to this latest development as the medical examiner says that the body found in the trunk was a 15-year-old girl?
Well, it looks like it's a terrible, terrible tragedy for that 15-year-old girl's family is obviously the victim. And then the fact that she was found in a trunk, it indicates that there's some level of foul play with this. And it's only going to get more interesting and probably more tragic as the story comes out.
And I think probably, the biggest part of this story is that the car that the victim was found in was registered to a very popular singer. And we know that the singer is cooperating with the investigation, and officials haven't named him as a suspect or a person of interest. But in your opinion, with the information that we know now, do you think that he has anything to do with it?
Well, the problem is for whoever did this, a Tesla is nothing more than a rolling supercomputer. So it's going to have all kinds of information in there when they get when the engineers get in and get all the data. So I'm confident they're going to know exactly what happened in a very short period of time. And then the fact that there's such a close connection between the decedent and this rapper, it's only going to get more interesting, like I said, as far as what really happened.
And it's interesting too, kind of the circumstances as we're learning more, because the victim's mom even told police that she got suspicious it was her daughter because her daughter also had a boyfriend named David. Do you think that that's just a terrible coincidence? And also we're learning that they both had this tattoo on their index finger with the letters "sh" written on it, kind of similar to a lot of other celebrities, especially kind of in the millennial era, who also had that same tattoo. But do you think this is all just a terrible coincidence?
Well, unfortunately, in violent crime, there's no such thing as a coincidence. It's a coincidence is actual circumstantial evidence. So all these data points are starting to point towards this rapper. We don't know what his role was, and if indeed he did have anything to do with it. But it does appear that there's some sort of culpability that this rapper is going to have with this girl's death.
And where does the investigation or investigators really go from here? They know the identity of the victim. The cause of death right now is listed as deferred, but what happens next?
Well, the most important piece of evidence is the body. The body tells the entire story. So, as I understand it from social media, that the medical examiner has not finished their investigation. And then the next step of that would be obviously the toxicology reports, which take a couple of days to a couple of weeks to get back. And then that's going to point the investigators in the direction of where to take their next steps, as well as the search of the interior of the compartment that she was found in and the passenger compartment. Because if there was any blood or any signs of foul play or violence, then that obviously points into a direction that they need to go.
And what's going to be more important to the investigation, finding out what happened inside that car, if anything happened inside that car, or the forensic evidence in the car, or is it going to be finding where the scene of the crime actually took place and kind of working backwards really from there?
Well, working backwards is from the body, and the body will start is basically points all the directional arrows, so to speak, on where to go, and then from there, obviously, they go and do a forensic analysis of that car, and then, like I said, the most important piece of that car is that onboard computer, which has so much information that even Tesla owners don't know what the extent of the information that car has on it, and I'm fairly confident that the owner of the car wasn't sophisticated enough to know how to wipe or to get rid of that information that's on that car.
Does it change anything? You know, we know the Tesla car is like kind of like a smart car. And even though I'm not as technologically savvy as you are, Colin, I'm interested in knowing, does it change anything in terms of the investigation because the car was towed over into that impound lot? Does that change anything in terms of the data that might be on that car or anything like that?
No, I mean, when the car is on, it's gathering thousands and thousands of data points. Now it was off, basically. We can presume that it was on up until the time it was towed, so they know where it was when it was towed to that. So the tow part isn't really mean anything other than chain of custody. So from the time that it was sitting there or towed back 24, 48, or even 2 weeks, they're going to be able to know exactly where that car was, whether it was an accident. There's even cameras into.
Her parents had her listed as a runaway, I think, when she was 13. So over a year she was missing. She obviously went out to California to be with this guy. He probably promised her something. And I've read some articles where people are saying that the parents knew about this. I've read that there was hinted that maybe some money was offered to the parents to allow her to go do this. I don't know if that's true or not, so don't go anywhere with that. But just saying. And then at some point she was supposed to come back and never did. So the mother reported her as a runaway. Well, a year and a half later, and now they find her. Like, where were you doing for that whole time? Because if this was my child, I'd have been in California looking for her, period. I'd have went directly to this person if I knew who he was. Just saying. So, yeah, there's a couple things on here I have questions about. I'll just be honest with you.
Interior and exterior that are taking footage. So they're going to end up likely knowing who was in the car prior to it being disposed of.
And say, you know, because we know that this is also, again, a very big story because it kind of surrounds the singer David because the car was registered to him. But say investigators learn, you know, he has been cooperating with the investigation. Again, he hasn't been named as a suspect or anything like that. But say investigators learn that he was out on tour, he was at an event or something. He has an alibi for the time frame that they believe the murder took place. What happens next in terms of how they find possibly who might else be involved in this?
Well, they're also going to find her phone. Possibly, they didn't say whether the phone was on her or not, and then the phone, obviously,
that's what I read,
especially for a 15-year-old.
Yeah, Texas. That's exactly that. In the article I read, stated that it was an hour away, and again, bombshells on point too with this. She was from Southern California, and her family knew who he was. And I don't know if the family is denying culpability of knowing him, like making the statement that, well, I wondered if this was my daughter because her boyfriend's name was David too. Like, you know who he is. That's what my issue is. And I you know, I'm not trying to attack a parent, but come on, don't play dumb. If you allowed this to be what it was because you were offered money or whatever it was, I don't know, but own up to it. You know, this is probably in some senses where the parents are going to have to take some culpability for this too, for allowing this to happen at a young age like this. So the girl just turned 14. This is 2 years, you guys. Where were you for 2 years? That's all I'm saying. If this was my child, this would not have been this long without me knowing where they were. You know, unless they were being kidnapped and somebody was not allowing me to know this. That's the problem. So I don't know. I have issues with that. I'll just be honest. I do have issues with that. They probably had fights over the subject, so why not just send the cops to get her home? Thank you. And knowing that this guy is famous, it's not hard to find him. If you threaten him with a lawsuit or jail time, he probably would have reacted at least in some aspect, I think. So I don't know. I have issues with some of this. So I always, it starts with the parents and even family. I can agree to that in a lot of aspects. It does in a lot of these cases. That's true. Supposedly they met on Fortnite when she was 11. He was 16. And it's possible, Jamie, very possible. That does happen. And it went from there. Maybe they were, you know, truly in love, had this, had that. He became very famous as he did, and knew that if she were to get pregnant, that it could change his lifestyle, and he'd have to maybe not be who he was for in some aspect, you know what I mean? Or she was going to try to take him for money, or something went wrong. That's all it takes. And here we are. Just saying. We don't know yet. I'm sure, I hope we'll find out, but I'm pretty sure they're on this. So, hey, Moonlight, good to see you. But I do think that the parents need to be looked at, and at least looked at and investigated to see what truly went down. And if there's culpability at that aspect, it needs to be handled, period. And accountability needs to be taken. So.
Her whole life is in that phone. So they're going to be able to establish her circle of friends and start interviewing all of those people, as well as interviewing all the people around this rapper to see this music artist, was to see if they know anything and they know what exactly happened. I mean, the bottom line is you don't crawl into a car and close the hood. You know, somebody.
No problem, Texas. Take your time, buddy. Miss Denise is in the house. I hope you're feeling good today, Miss Denise. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you.
Had to have put her in that car, whether she was alive or dead when it happened. That will be something that the investigators will definitely find out. And I believe it happened in LAPD territory. Correct. And they're considered the best homicide investigators in the world. So I have absolute certainty that they're going to determine who did this or what happened.
And even that whole other aspect, because again, we're just learning this information pretty much today, is that she was reported missing about a year ago. How important is that time frame of when she was missing, and how long of a period that was? How will that kind of play into her death investigation?
Well, I think that's important that the family lost track of her a year ago, but it still comes right back to that car and what was.
I hate that. I hate that. Lost track of her. I don't like that statement at all. Sorry. And when we have cell phones, we have cell phone tracking. We have all sorts of options here. I feel like they just kind of let her go because of the situation, possibly. That's if I'm wrong, I'll call myself wrong. You guys know that. But I have issues with this because I feel like that may have happened here, and I don't like the way that went down, if that's true.
Going on in the car prior to the tow truck picking it up, and then being able to establish the timeline. So in any investigation or violent crime investigation, the timeline is the most important. So they're going to have a timeline starting from when the car was found or when it was reported, and they'll go back 24, 48, or even 2 weeks, and they'll be able to identify every place that car was and likely where she was. And they'll be able to fill in the blanks and then identify who was involved in her death. Now, she may have not been killed. She may have died of a drug overdose and somebody put her in the car. Either way, somebody's responsible for her being in that vehicle.
See, that's where I'm at with this, Callie. And like I said, guys, if I'm wrong, then I'll just say, hey, I was wrong. It's no big thing, but that's what I feel right here. The family was hoping to get some money out of the situation and let her be with that grown-ass man, allegedly. In your opinion, there's probably a few of us in here that can go along with that and feel the same way as Callie, to be honest with you, because that's where I'm at.
I'm one of them.
Yeah, because I mean, people see dollar signs and like, oh my God, my daughter's boyfriend is famous. I'm gonna get rich too. But she's, you gotta let it be what it is. Well, no. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're Steven flipping Tyler, my daughter's not going with you. She's that age. I'm sorry, it's just not gonna happen. I don't care how much money you throw in my face. You don't get to do that. It just doesn't happen. This is where we got to have morality, folks. Quit throwing your morality out of the window for money. I'm just saying. And again, that's not a proven fact, but at some point, I have a feeling it's going to be put out there.
Yeah, and I'm sure investigators and even her family are trying to find out what happened to her, if they can gather any type of details to figure out what all had happened. Colin, I want to thank you so much for your time.
So that's what we have as far as that. It doesn't give you much more now. There is another thing here that I wanted you to see about this too. Let me find it. Where did it go? Give me a minute, everybody. All right, so I'm gonna throw this up here. This has some more bits of information that explains a couple other things with this. There's a lot falling out of the cracks on this story, you guys. So let's check out what he has to say. This channel is called Trapmore Ross. I don't know if you guys have ever seen this before. It was hard to find specific things about specific things, so I had to dig around a little bit. And like I said, I jumped into this late, but this will give a little bit of info here that I thought was kind of interesting. We touched on it just a little bit.
This David and Celeste story just keeps getting more and more strange. And today I'm going to update you on one of the most strange developments that I've seen on social media around this situation. And I'm going to share with you a very bizarre theory that may well be one of the only saving graces for David. And I'm not condoning anything. I'm not trying to give him an out. I'm not trying to give him... It's not really an excuse, but this could be a potential defense. There could be some confusion going on. And what I'm seeing on a lot of Reddit posts is that there is apparently two Celestes. So Celeste, obviously being the name of the young girl who lost her life. She would have been 15 on the day that she was found. It's highly likely that she lost her life before her 15th birthday. So she would have been 14 when she lost her life and had her life taken away from somebody in a very heartless fashion. But obviously, there's been all this talk about this relationship between David and Celeste and where this all came from, what was going on, how could he have possibly been publicly, openly flaunting this relationship with a...
And there's the link for this channel if you guys want to go check him out. He does other things as well. He's got pretty decent information from what I could find. I don't know how he gets it. It doesn't matter to me, but I was trying to find good pieces of information, and he does, as far as this goes, besides the stuff we've seen, he does have pretty good info. So
13, 14-year-old girl at this point in his big old career with all of his success. And some people are basically saying that there is another Celeste. There's another Celeste that might have been the one. Maybe this is an excuse. Maybe there's a Celeste that's of age, that was really David's girlfriend, and this little girl maybe had nothing to do with it. I mean, that doesn't really hold water when a chopped up body is found in the front trunk of your Tesla, and it's Celeste, the 14-year-old girl. But we're going to explore this theory of two Celestes because there's been quite a lot of talk about it, and some people...
I'm listening but can't chat a lot. I see. Oh, it's okay, Christy. Take your time. Thank you for being here, hon. Do whatever you got to do. You know how that works with me.
Are feeling like it does hold water. So there's a whole bunch of Reddit posts that I'm going to go over in the course of this video. This one says, can someone please explain there's two Celestes? There's a lot of spam going on, specifically in TikTok comments, about the Celeste you see in photos is not the same Celeste that was missing and found. However, it really does look like the same girl, and the messages specifically in Discord prove that. Can someone please elaborate on this second Celeste that is apparently David's girlfriend? People think an older Celeste, aka second Celeste, named Celeste Herrera, is used as a cover-up to hide that he had any relations with the minor Celeste, the one that was found deceased and decomposed in his car. I read somewhere, I think it was a comment on a BJ Investigates video, that there's another Celeste that's supposedly a decoy, and she's 23 years old. Are all the pics of the girl with the thick black glasses the older Celeste? People are saying the stream at the arcade and photos with straight black hair are the 23-year-old. All glasses, photos, and videos of curly hair are the victim. So the Celeste and David won't let me sleep pic and Epstein joke cooking videos are the actual victim. Celeste Herrera is a 23-year-old who's been seen publicly with. Celeste Rivas Hernandez is the 11-year-old who he met and groomed in 2021 on Discord, who went missing in 2024 and was found dead in his car on September the 8th, 2025. PDFs like minors. This is apparently Celeste Herrera. This is the older Celeste. I'm not going to lie, kind of similar looking. I mean, that is bizarre. That is actually bizarre. I'm saying that's Celeste Rivas. That was Celeste Herrera. And people are trying to work out, well, which Celeste was this in the video? Celeste in the Hello Kitty sandals. These were the sandals she was apparently wearing when she went missing. So clearly this is the child Celeste in her Hello Kitty sandals, seen with David's brother after a show. She was a missing child still during these moments. Now let's look at some other Reddit threads that dig a little bit deeper into this theory. So this is another one just with some pictures of two Celestes. She not only shares a similar name, Celeste Herrera, and that's her Instagram there apparently, followed by David, and maybe that's the Celeste from the video. I mean, how bizarre would that be if this other Celeste was the female actress that was playing the role of the real Celeste, who was the underage girl? I mean, this thing just gets more and more wild by the day. And that's obviously the young girl. So I found out there's two Celestes. One is 23-year-old Celeste Herrera, who is different from the 15-year-old Celeste Hernandez. There's only one music video that looks like Celeste Herrera, 23-year-old. The rest of the music videos look like Celeste Hernandez, 15-year-olds. Man, I got a headache right now. It's all this nonsense, all this horrible, horrific, gory stuff is actually giving me a mad migraine today. I'm not feeling it. Super weird how they share similar features. Anyone else notice or know more about the older Celeste? She's just a random girl, honestly. In the Twitch scene, it seems to be more of a coincidence to me that they ended up in a video together. She was at an influencer party that David was also at. I'm assuming they're just mutuals, but it is weird she's wearing a similar Gap hoodie on the stream. Interesting. So Jason Lewin retracts his earlier statement, defending David, clarifying they were never close friends and only collaborated on one song and had dinner once. He also states the Celeste he met on stream is not Celeste.
Congrats, Christina, on 30 days or a month. Happy day anniversary. We appreciate you very much. Thank you for being here.
Rivas saying, yes, everyone here knew already. So we're going to see even bigger breakdown of this theory in another post. Two Celestes. What I really don't understand is why there are two Celestes in this situation and why the other one hasn't said anything. Also, why did no one say anything about their relationship when she was so much younger than David? This is a really confusing case, honestly. May this young woman rest in peace. This is awful. Does anyone have a GoFundMe account or start one for her family? You should be focused on his two best friends, Aisha and Neo. They hung out with him and they must have known about the grooming at the very least. Someone said, yeah, you're right. I'm just here to try and grasp some of it. It just seems so insane to me. They for sure should have spoken up about her being underage to begin with, and maybe she'd still be here right now, ma'am. Saying it was a different Celeste that David hung out with has got dragged into the situation since she has the same name as the victim. She put in her IG bio that she's a different Celeste. There isn't much of a reason for her to speak up since the two Celestes look completely different. People were paid off not to speak about it. I think David threatened legal action on somebody for attempting to talk about it. Yeah, but where is the pictures of the other Celeste then? There should be a gallery of some LA girl out and about with friends. Where is all her mutuals? To put it to bed, all we have is that there is apparently two of them that look very similar and only a few pics of both. A bit mental to me. All right. And there's more chatter about this theory, this second Celeste. And this one is a lot more of a detailed breakdown. Okay. David's that's like a tongue twister. David's odd obsession with Celeste and possible incriminating evidence. So that no one would be suspicious of him and that everyone would believe that Celeste Herrera is actually Celeste. So this is theory. So
this is the other one down here. I think you just said it. Her last name is Herrera. Oh, here we go. If I disappear, guys, it's because it's raining birds and bees outside, or cats and dogs, or cows and chickens, whatever you want to call it, but it's raining hard. So if I disappear, you know why. My crappy ass internet. But this is the other one down here. I guess at a distance, if you were to take the glasses off, they could have resemblance. They're both very light-skinned, soft, soft complexion types, kind of a somewhat of a resemblance. Her hair is braided. I'm sure if it was yes, I did see your spider comments, Meg. I was trying to ignore them. Dear, trying to kill me or what? If her hair was unbraided and things like that, I guess there could be a way to say that they have a bit of a resemblance. Okay. Just saying. But this is the other one. She's 23 as compared and legal as compared. She's actually older than David is. So just saying.
Celeste Rivas Hernandez was killed all the way back before the 8th of June, according to the report of her missing body. The body was heavily decomposed and chopped up. Depending on the longevity of this decomposition, we won't really know if this theory is true or not. But to continue on with the theory, I believe that after killing Celeste Hernandez, David's obsession would go away, and he would look for someone to fill her place. This is where Celeste Herrera enters. As seen in the two photos, the new Celeste is wearing the exact same one. The exact same what? It doesn't say. I don't know if it's a ring or something, but it doesn't actually say. So the new Celeste is wearing the same Gap hoodie. It's the exact same Gap hoodie. Wow, that's crazy. The new Celeste is wearing the exact same one. The deceased one.
Oh, okay. What's up, Scully? Good to see you, brother. No worries. Thank you for being here, bud. I don't know if that helps or not. That's as big as I can get it right now because it's a video. Hopefully that helps a little bit. I'm going to see if I can find a better picture of the other Celeste for you guys.
Was last seen missing with. This leads me to believe that David knew of Celeste's death and gave the new Celeste her jacket. That's twisted after she was killed. Unironically, XQC went and discovered that many of David's songs and music videos premiered on Celeste Hernandez's birthday, contributing to the fact that David was obsessed with her. Reason for the murder: some people speculate that Celeste Hernandez wanted to leave David to go back home, but David would not allow her to because he knew that if anyone found out about their relationship, his career would be ruined, so he decided to kill her. Cause of death is still unknown, and it's the exact same jacket. People are saying he follows Celeste Herrera and her bio is different Celeste. She changed her bio. That's weird. Ooh, what was that picture? A little bit of evidence slipped me by. So is that her with the new Celeste? This is the Celeste that's in the bottom of the picture. This is Celeste Herrera. All right, I'm going to save that for the deep dive, all right? This is actually crazy. I just can't believe how crazy this is. People saying the story is getting more and more weird each hour. Exactly. Now people are saying that this Gus guy is dead too. And that was 4 days ago. That was before I even covered it yesterday. Yes, I don't know if it was real, but Celeste's brother seemed to confirm that Gus died due to different reasons. It sounds very interesting. I'm trying to find more evidence, all right? He was saying, guys, what if David hired someone to take out Gus? Gus was in with some people, the wrong people, scarier people. They found out he was unlived over some girl that David now claimed, and as revenge, they got hold of Celeste and did the unspeakable to her and left her in his car as a warning. Why is nobody looking into this? We already know David pays people off to send them away and fix his problems, and he was obsessed with her. Dude probably hired a hitman to get Gus unalived, and his gang got revenge for real. Now, I don't know if we can really believe that, but this is what's going on. People saying, who is Gus? Nobody's explaining who it is. In the text, Celeste talks about hooking up with another guy called Gus. Okay, is there any more to this? I can't lie. There's a lot of information on this Reddit, but the comments, there's a lot of interesting screenshots that people are sharing in the comments. And it's interesting. People saying, do they know who shot him? I hate that Reddit doesn't just let you get these inline messages. But anyway, it wasn't David, according to the brother. It was a separate incident, but I don't know if I'm buying that. In those same texts, Celeste's brother mentions it was a random incident unrelated to David. I don't think anything's random at this point. I think things have gotten a little bit too crazy for anything to be random. There's so much intention behind all of this stuff. Another picture of Celeste there. The other Celeste, the older Celeste with David. That is just so bizarre. How could you end up having these random pictures with another girl called Celeste after this happened? That's actually insane. Saying, yes, so he's posting with this Celeste, so one questions him, right? And everyone thinks this is the real Celeste. If that was his plan, then he's dumb, because that would only work if they were both alive. But since they found the body in his car, that makes the Celeste they found the primary Celeste, and this one a secondary Celeste, eliminating his little cover-up plan if he thought that he was a 200 IQ act or something. People saying he's done. Exactly. But people saying you might be the dumb one, because obviously it was working up until the murder, which was very likely planned. If he was smart enough to have a double identity girlfriend to cover up the fact he's a PDF, he would be smart enough to properly dispose of a body and not leave it where it could be found. This, plus clues in several of his songs and music videos, tell me he was wanting this to happen. I don't know why this guy's being downvoted. Calling him dumb is stupid, because it was working and none of y'all knew about it until the body was found. That's just pure hindsight. Okay, the plot thickens. All right, we really need to find out about this Gus guy. I think that's where that's the most interesting aspect of it. Okay, some people are saying this second Celeste theory actually makes a lot of sense to them.
All right, I'm going to read you guys some other stuff on this because I see some of the questions popping up here. Same thing I'm asking in some aspects too. So this Celeste Rivas brother Matthew confirms that David as her killer, as leaked in chat. Reveals his sister's other lover Gus was also murdered. It says an alleged chat with Celeste Rivas Hernandez's brother has surfaced online, claiming that singer David was responsible for her murder. The brother, now this is all hearsay, obviously, so don't take this as fact, because law enforcement hasn't said this, and until they do, you know how that works, folks. The brother also mentioned another man, Gus, romantically linked to Celeste, who was allegedly killed too. These chilling revelations have intensified public suspicion and raised questions about police inaction. So again, this is Celeste. This is David. A social media user recently shared a video clip on X that features an alleged chat with Celeste Rivas, Hernandez's brother, marking one of the first times he's spoken openly about his sister. In a video, user named Matthew, in the video, a user named Matthew, believed to be Celeste's brother, shared information related to the ongoing investigation. The authenticity of this connection is supported by the fact that Celeste followed only 6 accounts on social media, and this particular account is among them, making it nearly certain that the individual is a close family member or relative. And that would be it. Sorry, you guys. LTZ Matthew 3. So this is, according to this is her brother, Celeste's brother. All right. It says he joined February 2020. It's not that new, so on and so forth. It says, dude, why does David follow you? All respect to your sister, and I hate how shitty people are being. Was it really him? Jesus, all love. Yes, it was him, because he found my account out of nowhere and followed me. Fuck, well, he has it coming. That's wild. Just randomly. What, did you even talk to him? I met him once in person. Did you and your family know of your sister? And it doesn't go from there. I'm going to find it, though. In the chat, someone is seen texting an Instagram user under the name LTZ Matthew 3 and asked, dude, why does David follow you? Blah, 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 blah. I just read that. Yes, it was him because he found my account. Okay, on we go. He added that he met her only once in person and claims that his family knew and also went to the police about it. So there it is right there that they knew, if this is true, of course. But due to lack of evidence, it was waived off. He goes on to complain that the police haven't done anything yet and haven't done anything towards him. As said in the video, Celeste was dead for at least 2 weeks since she was discovered. David was out of the country when this was announced. If she was gone for 2 weeks, it looks like he set up some sort of alibi to try and prove that he wasn't involved. When signs show that he was. Guys, give me one quick second. This is my wife real fast. Okay, sorry guys. She was a little bit worried about us because of the storm. I guess they had some kind of a tornado watch thing that dropped, and she's like, "Is everything okay out there?" Everything's good. We're good. And she said hello back to you, Texas. So anyway, sorry, Eddie, I didn't mean to put you on hold that way. Where'd it go? Looks like he set up some sort of alibi to try to prove he wasn't involved when signs show that he was. And I'm curious about how that worked out. If he was out of the country on some tour, when they find the actual, if they can get a time of death off of her and then pinpoint where he was, maybe it'll make more sense. Gus being mentioned in this video is someone Celeste was involved with romantically, according to Celeste. Gus was said to be murdered coming from Celeste's brother. Seems David could have sent out a hit for both of them. Maybe that's the case. Maybe like this guy was obsessed with this Celeste. She had another boyfriend on the side that David found out about, and who knows? You know how these things go, you guys. So David could have sent out a hit for the both of them. It's starting to seem like David's obsession got out of hand and turned into, if I can't have her, no one can. Possible. They're saying that David wanted to get married to Celeste. Again, dead 2 weeks. The brother replied to this upon asking how long Celeste had been gone. However, he later said that he had no idea why it happened, but he revealed that his sister, she was always saying that he was waiting till she was 18 to get married and stuff like that. Further in the chat, Celeste's brother also confirms that all the photos shared on Discord truly belong to his sister, adding weight to the ongoing investigation. And it says chat video Celeste's brother sparks other lovers' suspicions. The video also reveals that Gus, another person Celeste was romantically involved with, is said to have been murdered, according to her brother. Again, this has intensified suspicions that David's obsession extended far beyond Celeste, possibly leading him to target anyone close to her. That makes sense. It says this video shows brother speaking out about some of the regarding in the info case. I wonder if that's the one. Let me see. Could be it. Yes, this is it. Hold on a minute. Let me see if this, it might not work. Sorry, guys, hang on, because this isn't going to work this way, but I'll just go straight to the other one. Give me a quick second on this. So we have somebody else possibly involved in this, too. This is becoming something quite interesting, to be honest with you. Hang on. Load for me, load for me. Are you going to load for me? Here we go. You think this will work? Maybe. Maybe not. Give me a second here. Oh, that's what I forgot. I always screw up somehow. Is this the same one? I thought it was. Oh. Uh-oh. Looks like they took that down, so hold on a minute. I see what's going on here. So this photo is back when she was 13. Of the two of them. Interesting.
No, that is a photo of the deceased Celeste. Is that right?
Yes, that's the deceased Celeste with David. And that was 2 years ago at 13. She definitely looks her age there. And so he was 18 at that time. Still too old for a 13-year-old, in my opinion. I'm sorry. Let me see.
I have a quick question.
Yeah, please.
So it was April 5th, 2024.
That was the last. Yeah. Yes,
apparently.
sir.
And that is according to her parents' account?
From my understanding, yeah. But initially though, Eddie, there was, I guess she had kind of stepped away, ran away, maybe possibly in February of 23. Yeah, February of 23, February 2nd of 23, I think, is when she initially tried to kind of go off with him in some aspect. And then that's when I think she initially left her home, but was seen after that up to April of 24. Okay, that way there's no confusion, because I know there was a couple dates in there from what I read, but that's how I understood it. You see what I'm saying? Like, she was still seen after that up until April of this 24. And that's when, after that was the last time she had been seen, that date in April. It's kind of crazy. Again, that's where my issues lie, though, with the parental thing. Go ahead, bud. Sorry to interrupt.
So would that make her then, that date that you just mentioned, February 2023, would that then make her 12 at that time?
She was 13 at that time, is what I'm saying. And then,
well, so her birthday is September 7th.
That we're claiming that she was 13 in February of 24.
I'm trying to put this all together in my head.
Yeah,
in a live panel. So
it's okay. You're all right.
More challenging than sitting in silence by myself with
100%.
Think it through with a pencil. But so if she was, as of April 5th, 2024, if she was 13 then, with a birth date, keeping in mind, of September 7th.
Mm-hmm.
So then February 23.
And she goes a year, basically.
Would have been 12, wouldn't it?
Maybe.
Am I doing it wrong?
I think you're doing it wrong. Not to be offensive, but they met when she was 11 on that video game we talked about a little bit ago, and they had their thing. What the hell's that game called? You guys said it in here a little bit ago. I can't think of it, but anyway, thank you. They met playing that game, and they had their interaction via Fortnite until she, between 11 and 12 years old, I thought it was. Like I said, I've read 15 different versions of this, Eddie, so it's hard to make sure I know everything. But then, at the age of 13, my understanding was she was 13 in February of 23.
No. She was 13 as of April 24. So February 23 would be more than a year before April 5th.
Yeah. Well, April. Yeah. Okay.
So yes, she would have been 12 during that time that you just explained, where she is kind of, her parents know her whereabouts. She's dating this guy, so on and so forth.
Okay. Maybe I just didn't catch that then. So
she would have been 12 and her parents would have known about this.
Well, everybody, from my understanding, I keep reading and I see Jules did something on her too. I just noticed. And everybody is saying the whole family knew everything. They all knew. So this is where I'm pissed off now. Accountability is accountability. You basically handed your child off to this person, in my opinion, for money in hopes of becoming, you know, self-sustaining at some point with the financial aspect of him. And then you're upset about it. You know what I'm saying?
Certainly those thoughts are in the back of their mind.
They gotta be. Yeah. Yes. So Melissa says she heard they met at 11, started seeing him at 11:12 through Fortnite. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking too. I guess I just had a couple things mixed up.
So my question, at any rate, would be this: so from that April 5th, 2024 date, when she was last seen, quote unquote, at the age of 13, does that suggest that she was never in contact with her parents and never texted them and, you know, text messages with her phone or shared a picture or look at what we did today or anything like that?
It could.
From that April 5th, 2024 to present day. Is that kind of what they're suggesting here?
I'm looking. It kind of looks that way.
Because if they're you know, staying in contact, then it's really not a missing. We don't know where our child is disappeared.
No, and maybe it sounds like they may be trying to cover their own asses as parents of a minor that they handed off to this person, possibly. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, this guy could have been handing money over to them, going, here, you know, just let her stay with me. I got it covered. She'll be fine. Here's $10,000 or $20,000 to keep you quiet for whatever time. I'm not saying this actually happened, you guys. This is just a thought, okay? Right. Because they didn't say anything really. They didn't put anything really out there. The brother obviously knows. The mother obviously knew, so on and so forth. I haven't spoken with him yet, Annie. I just hadn't had time being sick and all that. So I will, though. But yeah, that's kind of my thought process, Eddie, because it's obvious that they know, period. Jules put out a thing saying that they all knew. And when I'm reading here from the brother, he knew. The mother knows. It's kind of crazy. Excuse me. And now there's stuff coming out, I guess, that he was deleting David was deleting like evidence and important things that he shouldn't be touching. So if you're not involved and you're cooperating, don't do shit like that, because that makes you dirty. Sorry.
Well, isn't that the supposed claim that they're using against Brian Kohlberger?
Of course, yes.
Of course, that's just an accusation. Of course, he never did delete. And if he did, it's just like you and I delete. Like, you know, well, I don't need this text anymore. You know,
it's got to be proven that it was done in a dark aspect. Yeah, right.
Right.
Innocent until proven guilty. And if he's cooperating, then it is what it is. You know, I'm sure if there's guilt on his half, it'll come out at some point. It'll come out. You know what I mean? So,
and I've no doubt that he's got alibis for those times.
Sure.
You know what? I hate the defense. You know, well, if I was so smart to have another girlfriend with the same name, then why would I be so dumb to leave her in a car that's registered in my name? That doesn't even make sense. It's too easy. I hate that defense because, well, you made a mistake, and that's the truth. It's not a defense.
Now you're trying to figure out a way to cover that up and make it look good. Yeah.
Why would I make a mistake like that? It doesn't make sense.
Sure.
Well, yeah, it makes sense. It makes perfect sense. And that's why it's evidence against you.
Right. So this just dropped 2 hours ago. TMZ threw this out. I guess they're saying there's new tragic details in this as of 2 hours ago. So let's see if it shows anything new. And if not, I guess we're going to move on to the next situation, because it's pretty much all I have at this point on this. But I'm sure there'll be more to come, guys. I'm going to be following it because I really want to see what comes out of this. I'm curious.
Welcome to TMZ Live. Big developments in the case involving the singer David and the girl who was found dead in the trunk of his Tesla. Notably, we broke a lot of stories yesterday, but one of the big ones was we were able to talk to a teacher who taught Celeste Rivas and had a lot to say.
Yes, he opened up to his current class. Now, this teacher says he taught Celeste a couple of years ago when she was in middle school. But once he saw all the stories that we were breaking, he decided he wanted to share his information, his what happened when Celeste was in his class with his current class. So what you're about to see is the teacher doing a little show and tell with all he knows about Celeste and David and how they met.
That's her in my classroom in front of this poster right here. She's been missing since I taught her. So when I taught her, she met this dude on social media. He was a rapper in LA. He came and got her. She ran away from home. She was gone for like a month. The cops found her in Hollywood, brought her back to our school. She came back to our school, kind of told people this story.
Okay, so here comes maybe some of the answers, Eddie, that we're trying to figure out here with this. That makes a little sense there. Okay.
She disappeared again in May of that year. And then I found out yesterday that she's now dead in that rapper's car, cut into pieces. You want to know how they met? I feel like I just said it. Social media.
So
first of all, I was getting ready to ask, why is this teacher telling his class this story with all these graphic details? But I see what he's doing. He's trying to tell people, let's stay away from social media because this is what can happen. I get it, but it's a little, I don't know. Talking to my 11, 12-year-old kid, I think I'd probably be a tinge upset with how he's I guess, doing it, but I still think it might be a good idea in some aspect too. Okay. You know, sometimes you got to kind of fight fire with fire, maybe scare him a little bit to get him to understand how dangerous it can be. So that's what I'm looking at with this, I guess. Interesting.
He said,
What'd you say, bud?
I think it's appropriate. I think, that's today's danger. Back when I was in middle school, I remember, the local police department came with their DARE.
Oh, yeah. And we had to watch the video. We had to watch that.
And they're talking about how drugs can kill. And
did you have to watch that video, Eddie, where they show the car accident of the DUI, the drunk driver, and what it does to like teenagers? Did you have to watch that?
They have a trailer with the wrecked car.
Yeah.
And they show how
that was traumatic for me.
Yeah.
That, to be honest with you, that's one of the things that made me get into being a first responder, is seeing that video, and I was like, oh my God, and they actually, our high school did a reenactment for DARE where we had a couple wrecked cars that were put in the front yard of our school, and they had students like put makeup on, like they were bleeding, like laying out of the vehicles and everything, and then they walked kids around this from like 9th, 10th, and 11th grades. When we were seniors, we did this, and it was just like the trauma of it. So I guess it relates nowadays to what you have to do to get into kids' minds. You got to scare the shit out of them and make them realize these things can happen to you if you don't pay attention. So yeah, I get it, and it makes sense, and I kind of respect it to an aspect, I guess. So I wish they would do some more of that in other aspects, but yeah, that was something I just remembered. That it was crazy, really crazy, the whole thing.
Now and again, when I'm surfing through YouTube, there's like a Colorado Ped Patrol where.
Yes, I've seen them.
You all know what I'm talking about. Where they document, this pedophile, and he knows that he's talking to an underage, be it 13 or 13, 14, 15, whatever year old. And then he goes to meet them. And then, of course, we know how it turns out. He doesn't end up meeting who he thinks he's meeting. He meets, a big man who has a microphone and a camera.
Many times they've done this. Yes, there's a couple actually channels that do that. I've followed them for a while because I respected that.
Yep.
We did the same thing.
It is dangerous for kids online, and they need to be
scared into it. I agree. Yes.
To beware.
And that's how we did it too. We did the life flight and everything too, SRB. I don't know if it's an Ohio thing, the Ohio DARE, but it was done exactly like you just said, for prom, all that stuff, makeup and all. It looked real. And they dropped the helicopter right in the middle of the road. It was kind of crazy. And that, like I said, that's what got me interested in being first responder firefighter. It must be because it was identical, literally. Ambulances came running down the road, literally, like from the fire station. It was like real. It seemed like a real thing happened. We were just like, wow. So yeah, it's pretty cool. So does ours. Newton Falls does it. And so did the high school I went to did it too. So it's a thing, I guess. Interesting. But anyway, sorry to change the subject, guys. It worked though, guys. It scared me. I'll be honest with you. That's what I'm saying. The whole point in being scare tactics to save somebody's life is I think that's where we're at nowadays, because there's not too much that scares this generation. They're not afraid of oh Jesus. They're really not afraid of like police or authority or anything anymore, because they know that there's only so much that can be done. So to scare them into certain things, in some ways you have to, you know. So I get it. Like I said, sorry to get all sideways on you guys, but
you know, it sounds like he was saying this, and we spoke to him, and it sounds like he was telling the class this almost as a cautionary tale about social media and going to social media. But in the process, it's interesting. He said she ran away in January. He came
said,
back and then ran away again, or at least disappeared again.
And that tracks with what we had seen as far as missing a missing children's poster that we saw. There was one earlier in the year, and then there was the one in May of 2024. So.
And we did confirm, too, that he was, in fact, a teacher at her school at that time when she used to go to school in Lake Elsinore. He is no longer a teacher there. So when he was referring to, oh, you see this photo of her with the poster, that's the poster here. So it's not his current school. He's now teaching in a different district.
I think that's why the video went so viral, too, is it kind of came across like he was kind of like clout chasing, yeah, being like, oh look, she was in my class, but he cleared the air with us.
Well, honestly, we thought that when we saw the video, right? This was odd that this teacher was sort of bragging about his connection.
I'm still not sure
and then we
that,
talked to him to clear it up.
I'm still not sure that that's like a good conversation to have with your science middle school class. And that's why this was originally posted online, was because the students started filming him secretly, because they're like, why are we having this conversation? But he felt like he wanted to tell his students to be wary on social media.
So there's a lot more to talk about. So we told you there was a search of the home that he appeared to have been staying in the Hollywood Hills. So we now find out that they were testing for blood. There's something called luminol, which can light up
Everyone's
a floor.
seen this on CSI.
Yeah.
That they spray it, and it, you know, allows them to see where, if there are traces of blood, even if it's been cleaned up.
So they were looking, you know, on floors. They were looking in drains to see if there were any traces of blood. We don't know what the results of the search were, but it's significant because the Tesla that contained her body in the trunk was parked nearby. And so it seems like their working theory is she might have been killed
if she were
in the house.
killed or dismembered in the house and then placed in that car and parked, you know, what, a block and a half away.
Right. And we should say that the police have not named a suspect yet. The police have not named a person of interest yet, but that doesn't mean they don't have one. They got a search warrant, which means they clearly were able to show a judge that there was probable cause to believe a crime was committed. But the police have been playing this really close to the vest.
We also don't know what David's cooperation has been with cops. We were told early on he was cooperating with cops. Now it seems kind of unclear, but it is kind of interesting because
he's not talking to cops.
That's what we're hearing.
We now know, well, we've got it on pretty good authority. He's not talking to police.
Which you think is maybe normal, what an attorney would say to their client.
Of course. They
because I looked at it as, if you have nothing to hide, why would you not go to cops?
You don't look at it that way.
Once now he knows they've searched his house. He knows what they were looking for in his house. Anything he says
is incriminating.
But it is interesting, though, that now they have finally announced that the tour dates he was supposed to perform in San Francisco. Is today the 19th?
Yeah,
or the 18th?
tonight, and then, tomorrow.
No,
LA.
it was tomorrow at the Greek in
Right.
LA. Those have both been canceled. So he's not going to be performing.
Scrubbed from the Grammys.
Scrubbed from the Grammy Museum, which he was also supposed to have an appearance at
And
next
his album,
week.
and his
and
album.
he was supposed to be dropping a deluxe album with Interscope, who we now learned that they've pulled all that. So
I mean,
clearly he knows he
yeah.
has a lot going on.
Yeah,
It's not a good look to be on tour.
But the interesting thing is, the label is pulling all official promotion, and he's taken out of the Grammy Museum for this appearance. But there's still a lot of publicity around his name and his songs.
His stream.
Yeah, but it sounds like this could end his career. It sounds like his career was just kicking off. If he got a contract with Interscope and all that, and they're pulling everything. They're done with him. They don't want his name attached to anything that they're doing. So that's going to do it right there. Unless he can find an off-label brand that wants to pick him up, especially if he ends up in prison, they will. And depending on how popular he gets from it, because nowadays people are sick, they like this kind of shit. So we'll see. I don't know. It's interesting though.
Well, that's not the only thing that's been told, though. It's all. We also reported this morning that those bloody shirts, the bloody clothing that were a part of his act and a part of some of his songs and the music videos, they're not available anymore.
Well, and it's interesting. The songs are, the titles of these songs are just romantic homicide, which, by the way,
is the number one streaming song for him right now.
Right.
Coincidence, but a creepy one.
So we also got, look, a lot of people are wondering, what was the relationship between this 15-year-old girl and this 20-year-old guy? And this goes back maybe to when she was even 13 and he was 18.
Right.
So we were able to get some video of the two of them together. So we've seen photos, and now we've got video of
them on a live stream where they're interacting with some of his fans. It's a short clip, and so it's hard to make out what they're talking about. But at one point, he does say to the moderators of the chat that we should make sure when this is done, don't leave it up. So I don't know what was being said during the chat because we've only seen that brief clip.
Well, she's pointing at some comments. I think people were making comments. You can't tell which one she's pointing at, but clearly
we also don't know when this.
He didn't want this to be clipped and go out anywhere.
So the way this works is, sometimes the LAPD will be really open about an investigation, and they'll kind of lay out what they've got. They'll hold a press conference. They have done they are holding this as close to the vest as just about any case I've ever seen.
And you're right, but it reminds me of the Brian Kohberger case where everybody was on the police saying, you are not giving us any information, you're bungling this case, and then they came out with a very airtight case, which resulted in no trial.
The difference with Kohberger is that with Kohberger, you didn't know anything about who may have done it. In this case, and I'm not saying he did because he is not a suspect yet, as far as we know, David, but people are looking at David. So I think it's different.
And Kohberger, we didn't know anybody at all.
Anybody at all.
Hello, everybody. My name is Kamar.
We still don't with Kohberger. It's funny how we can't get away from that case no matter what. Airtight case, right?
From Atlanta. So my question would be, what else do they need to do to say, hey, he's now considered a suspect? Because we see the video, we've seen everything on social media, and then the teacher even did it. And
he's not a suspect unless they can tie him to the woman in the trunk and say he did it. Right. That's when he becomes a suspect.
The car was registered, and I'm not saying
not enough.
That doesn't mean that he.
Somebody else could have put the body in.
Coming up.
The uproar over Jimmy Kimmel's suspension.
Dig.
Yes, sir.
The woman in the trunk.
Yeah, it's not an adult. She's not an adult. So she's not a woman. She's a child. Sorry, in my opinion. Maybe they do.
These are some of the red flags you need to keep an eye out for. As
yeah.
this case
I just wrote it
develops.
down. I wrote it down just in case. Because you never know how this is going to change around, you guys.
Is that like a one-off misspeak, or are they priming, the general audience for, nothing to see here?
And then something else ends up being the actual truth, right?
The rapper is, of course, innocent. He had nothing. He's clueless. He didn't have anything to do with this.
Mm-hmm.
He's the victim here, if anything.
Right.
Let's hope not.
Yeah, right. Hopefully we'll find out.
But yeah, you got 20-year-old college kids that are
they're saying that
they're kids.
Yeah.
Kids being kids, and then you got a 15-year-old who was then, possibly 14. And she's a woman.
Yeah, right. Right. There's one more thing that was thrown at me. I guess something to do with it. Hold on. I guess this will tell the story a little bit, because there was a big old Discord thing between them and some other people, I guess. Let's see if she can tell this story real quick.
By the way, that's the second red flag while watching those commentators, TMZ. The first being, with the airtight case thing. They had to throw in the Kohlberger thing and make sure they drive that point home, is that they got their right man. Of course, they know, we can't prove this, of course, but they know he's innocent all the while.
Of course. Most anybody that follows this does. Even the people that don't believe he is.
Pattern recognition, everybody.
Yes, yes.
That's what you need to be looking for, because they're never going to come out and say, yeah, you're right. They're never going to come out and change what they're saying. They're going to hold tight to that.
Sure.
Even if it needs to be, like a miracle. The bullet, the vertebrae stopped the 30-06 round,
right.
In a stroke of a miraculous 1 in a million.
And speaking of that guy I told you, my friend of mine, the other musician friend that wants me to do drum tracks for him, he makes his own ammunition. He's basically a gun expert, an avid hunter, all these things. Okay. And I talked to him about that last night when I talked to him, and he was like, they said, and I even had it. He watched the video, okay, because he saw what happened, and I said, "What do you think?" His true feelings is that Charlie was shot with an AR, and that first bullet that Eddie showed you, we showed last night on that cardboard thing, the first one all the way to the far left, that is what my friend Jeff thinks he was shot with. He said the same thing I said, that if he was shot with a 30-06 round like that it should have exploded. There would have been so much more damage, is what he thinks too. He goes, I find it really hard to believe at that distance that's all that did. He goes, that looks more to me like, a high-powered 22, which is what goes to an AR, basically. I can't think of the other gauge number on that, Eddie. What is that again? Is it a 7?
So which one are we talking about? The 30-06?
No, the AR.
Oh, it's
round.
Well, that would be.
It's like a high-powered 22 round, right?
Yeah, that would. The dimensions is 5.56 by 45.
45, yeah. So again, that's what he believes with the hole and the whole wound and everything that he thinks it might be. We talked about that. Just a little heads up on that. He does not believe, just like me, that it was a 30-06 rounds that went into Charlie. He said it would have came right back out the other side, Joe. And I said, yeah, I agree. And he goes, and took it out of the chair with the force behind it. Something else I agreed on. Because I told him what we did yesterday, Eddie. And he's like, yeah, that's same thing. And he goes, I said he even put, the AR-15 round on there. He goes, that's what I think that was, Joe, because that's what the hole looks like. And he goes, if it would have, there's a possibility at that range that bullet could have slowed enough that where it would get lodged in the body, because they're saying that it got lodged under the skin. There's no way in hell a 30-06 round did that. To me, an AR round at a distance like that will slow enough and take some intensity out to where that could happen. That makes sense to me. So that's all I'm saying after our conversation last night. Somebody else out there feels the same way. And he's kind of, he won't call himself that, but I call him an expert. He makes his own rounds and ammo and all this other stuff. He's been doing this for years, and he's a very, very avid hunter. So just saying. But anyway, I guess let's listen to this real quick here, talking about what was deleted by him. And if you're not guilty, you shouldn't be deleting things. That's all I'm saying.
I'm back with another David and Celeste Hernandez update. And now David's Discord moderators are deleting everything in the Discord server. But honestly, I don't think they're that smart, and I don't think they've ever read the rules of Discord, because Discord can download all of that information. But in my opinion, I'm pretty sure the police probably have already been through Discord already, and that's probably one of the reasons why they were able to get a search warrant for the residence that David was living at. Mind you, one of the things that they took out of the home was a computer. Some of these moderators are trying anyway. They were literally talking about purging his Discord, deleting messages, and even deleting pictures throughout the day yesterday. And I mean, at this point, we know exactly why they're trying to purge this Discord, because they are trying to get rid of the information that people were literally exposing him a whole year ago when it came to Celeste Hernandez. I mean, people were calling her out by her whole entire name in this Discord chat. chat to David. I'm sure that this statement from the Discord and Twitch staff confirming that Celeste Hernandez was on 2 streams with David really started getting them shook. But they claimed that they did not know that she was missing, and they thought that she was around 18 to 19 years old. People have went so far into David's Discord before this purge started happening that they were finding stuff like this, like a comment from that deleted user that a lot of people believe is Celeste, that posted a picture wearing a ring and a tattoo on one of her fingers saying David. This chat on David's Discord, this Zay person says happy birthday, and it's to deleted user, and the date is 9/07/2022, and they say thanks babe. We know 9/07 is Celeste's birthday. And people in David's Discord have even alleged more, that it was more than just Celeste that David was allegedly talking to that was underage. Some of these Discord users that are in David's Discord are acting like this was something that he would normally do. There's even messages from a girl that was allegedly underage talking to David back in 2023, and these text messages are being posted. And this text is allegedly from David to her saying, "Hola, okay, so I've been up all night thinking logically about you. Work, life, relationships, and realize something that you'd agree with if you see it the way I do. Straight from my heart, I really, really, really love you, but I've been checking on my schedule for the rest of this year and next year, and I'm barely in Texas. I believe that long distance relationships work under the right conditions, like you being able to travel with me, etc. But you're still in school. With that also being said, I don't like hiding anything from anyone. I would love to have a public relationship with someone, but the way this is going, we're going to have to be a secret or something. I want you to be happy, but you still have so much left to do in these 2 last years of high school. And it may change your view on it entirely. And I would gladly wait for you if we were both in the right headspace when the time comes. I want to still be here for you though, and talk like we did before it got complicated. I love and care about you and need to make sure you're not alone. We are still interlinked. Please express yourself thoroughly, please, not okay or KK. Want to know now everything that's going through your head." And then it gets even crazier when you realize on one of David's TikToks that's still up right now, a year ago in 2024, a person named Robin River commented on his TikTok saying, "I'm waiting for LAPD to get you for messing with a 13-year-old girl." So yeah, I can see why they want to delete everything off that Discord, but honestly, it's not going to work like they think it is. At this point, they could just catch a charge for tampering with evidence, because that's crazy. Y'all let me know what you guys think about all this in the comments.
Yeah, so I don't know. Maybe you wouldn't have these issues if you would just date people or try to date people that are the same age as you. Just saying. So that's what I got so far. I don't know what else is going to come out of this. We'll see if there's any charges filed anytime soon. And again, innocent until proven guilty. We got to follow it the way it is, folks. We'll see what happens. There's talk about the possibility that she was pregnant. All sorts of different things. Just saying.
It'll be interesting to see when the toxicology comes back, too.
Yeah. 100%, bro. I do agree with that one. And there's a lot that the family knew about this is what bothers me the most. 100%. It just, that pisses me off, truly and honestly. Take accountability for your screw up and just deal with it. You did what you did. You knew what you knew. This is your fault. You could have kept this from happening. She runs away, then you put her in juvenile for something until she gets her head straight. That's all I can say. But you got to do your job as a parent to make sure that she's safe. And now that didn't happen, and look where we're at. You know what I mean? So, just saying, not a good deal, and we'll see. 1 second here. All right, so this next story, like I said, you guys, came out of Toledo, Ohio. Wow, this is crazy, folks. 1 minute here. Law and Crime put this out, and it's quite interesting, to say the very least. And it's sad, very sad. Transformer, good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. It is truly heartbreaking to see the distraction that are happening in the world. These extra, oh my God, yes, it is. And we do. And you have to, Transformer. I agree with that. Thank you so much for your insight and your thoughts on this. Very much appreciated. Thank you to my moderators again for being here through this. I appreciate you very much. Again, this next one, like I said, anybody from Ohio, yeah, here we go. Crazy shit, guys. It really is. And it's very sad to see children ever have to go through anything other than the best possible circumstance. But here we go.
Okay, I need you outside. Yeah. Oh my God. Tab. Hold. Oh, I need your opinion. I need you to go inside.
Newly released body cam video shows how shocked an officer was with how allegedly bad the living conditions were inside a home in Toledo, Ohio. More than a dozen children were taken from the home, and the details are awful. And now these 3 adults are facing charges. We're on the case, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Chris Stewart. It always shocks me in cases of neglect with how surprised people can be when officers have issues with the living conditions that their children are living in, and they try to explain away the mess in their home, almost as if a little sweeping would actually solve the problem.
Answers now. What is that stench?
This Toledo police officer could smell something awful even before she made it to the porch of this house on August 10th. The situation got worse when she saw who was living in the home.
A kitten inside that's paralyzed that got thrown down the stairs?
Police were first called to the home because a neighbor called 911 saying a kitten was potentially hurt after being thrown down the stairs. Now, the man at the door said everything was fine, but then police go inside. Police say 13 children were living inside that house. And from watching this body camera video, you can tell that the police officer decides enough is enough and it's time to do something about this situation. So she pulls the adult male inside the home outside for a chat.
What's your last name?
Oliveri.
Spell it.
OLIVIERI.
First name.
Angel.
Date of birth.
March 16th, 1997.
March 16th, 97.
1997. Yes, ma'am.
You live here?
Yes, ma'am.
What's your phone number? What's your social?
Welcome, Taylor.
Bud, get inside, please. All right.
All 5 of your children live here?
Yes, ma'am.
I need their names.
So my oldest is
Please make sure to hit the like button, you guys. Do there, please, guys.
Last name. Date of birth.
Stop, Gabriel. Come on, boy.
All right, you gotta go inside. All right. No, keep your.
Yes, can y'all go inside?
Keep your
Yes,
sticker.
can y'all go inside?
Keep your sticker. Go inside. Can I get a sticker? I don't have any. I need you to go inside, okay? Mommy, you already had one.
No, please.
Can you get off the phone, please?
Huh?
Can you get off the phone, please?
I'm on phone with my wife.
Okay, that's fine. Can you? Okay. I don't know of what. I need information.
Welcome, Elizabeth.
Next.
My twin says
13 kids in one house, you guys. I mean, it's like that. ghetto version of the wall.
Next.
My son, born, and then my youngest son is baby.
Hey, chick bait. Yeah, this is Ohio, Toledo, hon.
Okay, what's mom's name?
My wife's name is Cassandra Lambert, and we're not married, but
Yeah, it's pretty. The 13 in one house is not really something I've seen around here. Like, I responded to houses that they've had us do med checks on kids they removed before they removed them, but not this many, like 4 or 5 max. But the conditions like this, I've seen this a lot in the county that I'm from and that I worked out of. Yes.
Dago, did you notice when they first arrived, he was not on the phone, and then when she asked him to step outside and speak with her, suddenly he's busy on the phone.
He knows he's in trouble. That's it. Period.
And all too often, not always, but when the public interact with the police, they're busy on their phone.
It's all, how many videos have we watched where that's what you see? Like almost all of them, in some aspect, they're on their phone somehow. Yeah.
Infuriating, no matter who it is. That's a sign of disrespect, and it's a sign of trying to
avoid the
get
situation.
a layer of like distance between the situation
and yourself. Yeah.
Yeah.
100%. That's yeah, I was gonna mention that myself, but you caught it first. So yes, absolutely, it's facts. Hey, Beach Babe, good to see you. Yeah, I've seen a lot of these types of situations where it's very low. Like the living conditions are definitely not. Like, you got to hold your breath. Literally, I've walked into homes where you want to throw up when you walk inside because there's human and animal feces everywhere, urine all over the carpeting, in the furniture, and there's kids running around through it. It's disgusting, you guys. It makes me want to throw up. It's disgusting, and just so sickening that the people just are comfortable. Like, and as you'll see here, when the mother finally responds to this situation, she's like, "Yeah, I know, we gotta." And I'm kind of downgrading it a little bit from what she says, but she basically makes it out to be like, "I know, we need to like sweep up and stuff." What? You know, and they don't take it as like a no. Some of these people were raised in that kind of a situation themselves. That's all they know, and they just become, you know, adjacent to the world, as in this is normal, but it's not. Like, my house gets cluttered. Like, my house to me right now is a mess because there's things out of place that shouldn't be. And I go nuts with that. I'm OCD too. There's a difference, but it's like from one extreme to the other. And I couldn't deal with that kind of thing. I would see these houses and just like flip out. And I'd be going home telling my wife, like, you wouldn't believe what I saw today. This was just that. And kids running around with, you know, diapers hanging off their bodies that are filled with PCs. And it's so gross. I don't understand people. A lot of it is laziness, though. That's some part of this too, is just pure laziness. I don't get that. You decided to have this many children. You got to take care of them. And if you can't, then you step forward and say, listen, I can't do this. Please help. So that the kids have a better quality of life. They don't deserve this at all. Not even a little bit. Which is, again, why I decided to cover this, because you guys know how I feel about kids. So this is horrifying to me. And then the police officer kind of pissed me off, because she's yelling at the kid, go inside. I need you to go inside. She's being kind of rude. I know she's trying to do her job. Don't take me the wrong way. But you got to understand what these kids are probably used to, like, not seeing this, and it's exciting to them. They want to be part of a situation, and you could be a little nicer. That's all I'm saying. That bothered me a little bit. So, but yeah, this is bad.
We're engaged.
Before we get back to this episode of On the Case, which is one of the most watched shows.
Yep, 1998. July 1st.
Okay, what's Cassandra's phone number?
Sorry about that. I'm on the phone with her right now. With our number.
And it could be that she's upset about the situation too, but there's a different way. You know what I mean? I'm just saying.
She's at work at the moment.
Okay.
I was just at work
Do you know
a
why
while ago, so-
this is happening? Why
No.
I'm getting information? You have no idea.
No, ma'am.
Do you think these living conditions are acceptable for children?
No, I don't.
No. Okay. I understand. I'm not trying to talk down on you. I'm not trying to make you feel like less of a man or a person or to feel bad. It's one thing if adults want to live in filth, in their own filth, and not take care of themselves. You're adults. If you want to live that way, these kids didn't sign up for that.
Trust me, I understand that.
They
I don't,
do not
I don't,
need to.
I don't
Okay.
accept
Well,
this
there's
at all.
plenty. I see plenty of adults in here that can get their up off the couch and start cleaning.
Yes, ma'am.
The amount of flies in there. There's diapers all over
I
the
know.
floor. There's trash everywhere. There's animals. There's animals that are not being taken care for. Unacceptable.
I know.
And we will not have that.
I hear you on that.
Hang tight.
I'm sorry that I didn't see that.
It's not. You don't need to be sorry to me. You need to be sorry for your kids.
No, I know that.
Your kids.
Here's the mugshot of Angel Oliveri. He tried to explain away the conditions in the home like it wasn't really that big of a deal. He also, as you notice there, remained on the phone while police were trying to talk to him, and that seemed to just make the tension in the air even worse. Now, what he said was just a little cleaning that was needed. But according to police, what actually was going on inside the home allegedly was human feces on the floor, no functioning shower or toilet, and animals that had urinated and defecated on the floor. And there was actually no food in the kitchen, according to police. And the ages of the children who you saw inside that home. And from what I saw watching that, it seems like they didn't really understand just how bad the conditions were inside the house that they were living in. The ages of those children ranging from 13 down to just an infant. It also turns out that Oliveri had warrants already out for his arrest.
Did you used to live on 14th Street?
East side?
The 43604, 336 14th.
I don't. I used to live in downtown, the PL.
That right there tells you, yeah, he knows. He knows he's got warrants and he knows why she's asking. So he knows he's about to be arrested. They're there because somebody called, and a neighbor called and said that they watched somebody, I think a child, throw a cat down a flight of stairs, and that the cat was paralyzed at that point. So they were there to do like a welfare check, animal control, or something like that, I think, and it turned into this, which is even more disgusting to me. It makes me want to cringe hearing that too, but.
Yeah.
A while back.
On the 14th? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Turn around for me. I'm going to take this for you.
May I ask why I'm getting handcuffed?
You have warrants.
Those warrants appear to be traffic related, stemming from operating a motor vehicle without a license and having expired tags, according to court records we found online. Now, he wasn't the only adult living in that home. Here's when his sister-in-law returns, mom to 8 kids in the house. This is her conversation with police.
Do you live here? Yeah. Okay, so we got a call here that there was something, a cat got thrown down the stairs or something and was injured. When we go inside and see what we saw, the living conditions here for this house and these kids being here, we have a big problem.
Yeah, but no, it gets cleaned up every day. Listen to me.
No, there's no way. There's no way. No way. And like I told him, he's in cuffs right now because he has warrants. He has 4 warrants. Yeah, I'm not sure.
I don't have any, but you can check.
No, that's fine. We'll eventually grab your information and all. And like I told him, I'm not trying to talk down on you guys. I'm from the east side. I grew up here.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not somebody who had it made in Sylvania. And
right.
I get people go through.
Yes,
I understand that.
Yes,
I'm not trying to talk down on you guys and make you guys
I'm not.
feel a certain type of way, make you feel like a bad mom, a bad whatever. I understand that. But at a certain point, too far is too far.
I know, and that's what I be telling you.
I understand.
I'm
I
the
understand.
oldest sister,
But,
so you
but
know,
that's where we are right now.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay?
So what do I do?
We're gonna get some stuff figured out.
So do I go clean the house or what?
Can you bring me my never mind. Just hang tight for me.
Do I go clean the house or what? Like she thinks, like I said, she thinks that this is like, well, I'm gonna go vacuum up real quick and straighten up the pillows on the couch and we're gonna be good. Yeah, it ain't like that, folks. No, this is not cool. This is way, way worse. Hey, cat lady, welcome back.
So your children live here as well?
Yes, ma'am.
How many kids?
I have 8.
8 kids here?
Yes. That's what I'm saying. Can I go clean? Like,
Okay,
please.
hold on. I understand. Just give me a minute.
Hey, go.
Okay, on here, I want you to write your first name, your last name, your date of birth, your phone number.
Now, let me say something, okay? This is a multi-family situation, like brother and sister, or I'm sorry, 2 sisters living together. The husband to the wife is the sister to this woman here. And I get it. Nowadays, financially, it's hard. It's very hard. And give me sorry, this is the boss lady. One sec. So what I'm saying is I know, like, financially, sometimes, like, you got to live with family nowadays. I get that. A lot of people are doing that, you know, doing the nuclear thing is no longer always possible because things are so expensive. Homes are, you know, a large home like this is, you know, between $2,000 and $3,000 a month, I'm sure, with multi-bedrooms and all that. I know what we pay here. It's a lot. So I get that. But if you got that many people living in a house, okay, you got 3 to 4 adults possibly living in a house. You got 15 kids, 13 kids, you know, 8 and 5. Nope. There's no reason for this house not to be clean. And if you can't handle these kids, then you need to step up and say, yo, I'm struggling. I need help. Whatever it is, fix it. Because if not, here we are. Because the kids are suffering, not the 3 adults that I know exist. They're not suffering. The kids are suffering. And that's what the problem is with all of this. So I think depression can make people nose blind. I can agree. And to some extent, yeah, maybe, you know, being a single mother with 8 kids. Ouch. But you know what causes this. You know where the 8 kids come from. You should have stopped somewhere if you couldn't handle it. You know what I'm saying? If you're a single mom, you don't need to keep having children, folks. That's all I'm saying. And I'm not trying to down anybody that does that. Don't get me wrong. Take the, what do you call it? The required, do the things you need to do to prevent certain things so that you can handle your lifestyle. That's all. You know, it's not that easy. I understand, but damn. Because these children this is insufferable to me. There's no reason for this, that these kids have to live this way. Just saying. And like Ken said, get fixed and have fun. If you want to get into that's what it is, and you're that, you know, you love to do that thing so much, then prepare for that. That's all I'm saying. Just saying. There's got to be some form of, Chick said mental illness in one or both parents, enabling living in both. Possibly, yeah. To some sense, could be a little bit of mental health going on. In some aspects, I just call it laziness because I do what I've done. Guys, I had 7 kids. My house was never like this. And they were all little at the same time. You know what I'm saying? Except for one. So my house was spotless, period. And I'm not saying everybody has to live that way, but I made that happen. And as you got older kids, there's a 13-year-old, obviously, maybe another 12-year-old. Those kids can help with certain things, chores and stuff, you know, taking garbage out, wiping, cleaning up, vacuuming, whatever, just putting their own stuff away and keep it on them. There's no call for not doing that at that age. That's all I'm saying. So there could have been help here. Some of this is laziness, at least in my opinion, and there's no call for it. Just saying. That's all I'm saying.
Now that woman is Angel Lambert. She and Cassandra Lambert were arrested with Oliveri because of those living conditions inside the home that police say were dangerous. Police say those living conditions, in fact, put the health and safety of those kids at risk. And according to WTVG-TV in Toledo, it appeared the children hadn't bathed in days. Now, the children have been removed from that home. They've been put in temporary housing. And according to the TV station, the suspects are not allowed to have contact with the kids. The 3 of them were released on their own recognizance. Joining us now is criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor Josh Corman. It's always great to have you on Law and Crime. Very tough body camera video. Just when you think of the amount of kids, 13 inside of this house in Toledo. Just what was your reaction when you watched kind of the snippets of body cam video that we have?
Well, I think it is alarming, and this is sadly one of the things that we're used to seeing, especially people who deal with child abuse cases, prosecutors who deal with this kind of stuff all the time, and children's services workers who deal with this. I think we're used to seeing it. Rarely do, I guess, does the body cam make its way to the news, where the news kind of sees the same things that the police officers are saying. That's normally something that's saved for a trial. So I think in this situation, what makes this a little different is just people sitting at home watching their evening news were able to see how bad it was when the police arrived on the scene and walked through basically walk through a crime scene.
Right, because it's shocking, for us who don't investigate these things regularly. And like in this case, the police officer, like she could smell something from outside the house, like before she was even on the front doorstep, which just kind of really painted the picture of how bad the conditions allegedly were inside. When it comes to prosecuting a case like this, or even just charging a case like this, and you could tell in that body camera video, the officer's kind of assessing.
Absolutely, Taylor. There's no reason not to.
She needs to do something about it.
See, that's part of it, folks. Is you teach the children like how to survive as adults in their life by starting these things when they're young. My kids didn't have chores until they were like, I don't know, 7, 8 years old, and it was simple stuff. Pick up your toys, put your clothes away. We would put the clothes on their bed and then show them where to put them in their drawers. They did it. Take your dirty clothes to the laundry area. Put your dishes in the sink when you're done with the table, so on and so forth. As they get older, it gets more. You know what I'm saying? And help to feed the animals. Put a cup of food in their bowl at this time. Do this and that. And you're teaching responsibility to these kids. There's nothing wrong with that. Okay? You don't make your kids slaves at that age, but no. You're teaching responsibility. As they get older, they get more. To where when my kids were teenagers, and I'm talking 13, well, no, I think it was because they were still young, 14 through 16. They were washing their own clothes at that time because they wanted to go through their clothes so much. You can wash the damn things. And the older ones that were working, if you're going to be washing your clothes so regularly and getting your clothes dirty, so then you can buy your own laundry detergent and wash your own clothes since you have a job. You know what I mean? And they were doing dishes and vacuuming and doing their own laundry, taking out garbage. You add to the mess, you clean up the mess. That's all there was to it. Each child had their own things to do throughout the week, and it worked out very well with 7 kids, And of course, my wife and I did all of our stuff. We did all the cooking and all the heavy duty stuff and things like that around the house. But just saying, there's no excuse for any of this. You don't just lay around and watch kids run around in circles and shit on the floor and piss on each other and all sorts of other things and just laugh it off. No, that promotes disease and sickness and all sorts. Can you imagine how sick these kids probably were? It just makes no sense to me. So yeah, everything we had them posted in our house rates. My kids all had a chore list that their names were checked by, they were laminated. And when they would get their chores done, they'd run over and they would check off what they did so that they didn't forget. It was fun for them too. It worked out because they were trying to get their stuff done first and all that kind of fun stuff. So that's why we did that. And it teaches them how to do these things. And now they can survive as adults. They know how to cook, clean, sew, iron, wash their own laundry, keep their houses clean. And they all are very successful at that. Every single one of them, all of them. So welcome, Taylor. Just saying. And there's nothing wrong with that. And that's what you're supposed to do as a parent, in my opinion, is to teach your kids how to be that way when they can grow up, when they get older. You know what I mean? That's all. So just saying. Well, she was up here. I don't know what happened to her, but okay.
Diggle, real quick.
Yes, sir.
He's going to tell us what we're seeing in the body cam. The funny thing is that here's another case where the body cam is redacted. We can't see anything in there. And
no, they have it all blurred. Right.
What good is that? I would like to know more about what the kitchen looks like. I'd like to know what kind of pets they have in that house. How many? I'd like to know if there's any signs of alcohol.
That's another thing, and anything else.
Cigarettes.
I think they blurred Eddie most of it because there's so many kids running around. It's hard to keep them out of the shots of the body cam. They're minors. But at the same time, you know, for our purpose, maybe we shouldn't see the minors, but the court still needs to see this. That's all I'm saying. They probably did, but I don't know. I agree with you. I want to see the kitchen. I want to see everything in this to see exactly how bad it was. Truly. Their word of mouth says what they say. Because somebody like me could walk into a house the way I live and look at something, and it's really not as bad as it is, but to me it is. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Because I'm overly obsessive about things. You know, nothing can be dirty. Dishes don't stay dirty in my house. They're used, they're washed, they're put away. End of story. Same with like utensils you use for cooking. Your shoes and stuff can't be scattered everywhere. They're stacked certain places. I'm very OCD about shit. So to me, to look at something, it may be worse to me than it is to anybody else because of my feelings. But that's why I want to see these things, to see exactly how bad it is. Based on what they're saying, I'm sure it's probably as bad as everybody thinks it is, but that's the clutter and disorganization makes sense. I get that. But dirt and feces and urine and all that, no, there's no excuse for that other than in the receptacles that it belongs in, and dirt can be cleaned. That's all I'm saying. So welcome, Taylor. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. You guys can now hear me, right?
Yeah,
we can hear you. Yes.
Yep. Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Well, I've been having weird technical issues on my end. It's not just with you guys coming up on Diego's panel. Like I log into StreamYard and nothing is there. I have to relog in everything. So
There's been issues with StreamYard over the past 6 months that I know of, so don't worry about it. But thanks for being here. Appreciate you.
I was trying to get off the phone with my mom, and that went lovely. I was like,
oh, I get it. I talk to mine all the time, so I understand.
I haven't seen him in forever. I hardly ever hop up on his panel anymore. I gotta go.
Oh, you're good. You're good. No worries.
No, that's why I had to tell her. I was like, I gotta go. My friend's on.
Sounds like a plan. It's great to have you here.
You realize she's 86.
Sure, and she probably doesn't. Yeah, I know how that goes. They like to talk. That's for sure.
Yeah. Yes, and she doesn't have very many people that will talk with her.
Right. Hey, donkey. I get it. I do.
And then I bring her onto my lives, and she's enjoying that. And it's like, oh, wow.
Well, hey. At least she's got something. It's nice that you're helping, giving her something to do to keep her busy, too. That's nice.
Yeah. If she could see, though, it'd make life even easier.
That would probably help a little more. Yes, I can agree with that, too. Yeah, me. One thing I cannot deal with at all is the bathroom. That makes me sick. I am constantly cleaning the bathroom. It's got to have a certain smell when you go in there. I won't go in there. That's just how it is. So it's very strange for me. But being a guy,
this is just horrible. I feel bad for these kids.
Is. Definitely.
Even little ones can help. I know people are like, no, that's too young. Even little ones can help. Believe it or not, chore charts start out at the age of 2. I did research. You know me. So I was like, what can I get him to do to help out with the household chores? You know, because he doesn't like doing anything unless it's painting.
Well, the little ones, you can teach them, you know, cleaning up their own little areas and stuff like that. There's nothing wrong with that.
Well, it's time we lived in a camper. So.
Sure. Still, you know, little things matter, and it makes them feel important too. It makes them feel like they're a part of it, you know? And if you do it that way, then it gives them more of an effort to want to do it.
Yes.
And to be part of the living situation, I think.
And like, if he smells the dog or cat anywhere in the house, he'll come, Mom, we got problems.
Oh, yeah. Same here. The dogs, God, I got my 2 dogs, even though they're little. The one has so much hair, he sweats, he stinks. You know, it's like we're constantly bathing them, and just one of them things. I don't do well with bad smells, folks. I never have. I got candles, and everybody that knows me, you got to smell good. So Anyway,
I do. My son's the same way. I think it has something to do with being on the spectrum.
probably. That's why I think I am. That's what my wife. I was diagnosed before with ADHD, but as an adult. But it's believed that I'm probably on the spectrum, just like my son, which is where my OCD shit comes from. So be it. I'm okay with it. It doesn't bother me. Nothing wrong being clean. And the sanitization thing is a big deal for me because just like there's so many germs on anything and everything, and I don't deal with that. So,
well, at one point in time, we were raising chihuahuas. we had a pet problem. We ended up with 6 Chihuahuas in the camper.
Oh wow, that had to get.
The mom had a litter, and you know how that works. So all of them had to go be fixed. All that stuff got done.
Yes.
And that became part of his chores. Because if I could smell the camper outside the camper, we had problems. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I was told, even though there's windows open, if I could smell the camper outside the camper, we got problems.
Well, see, that's what I said with this case because they smelled walking up the front steps to get to the front porch. They smelled it, and I'm like, nah. I know that. I've been there. I pulled up in front of a house in an ambulance and got my bag out of the side and started walking towards the house, and you smell it. And I said, oh, here we go. And I'll put a mask on because sometimes it's really bad.
We're not Vaseline. Vicks comes in handy.
Yeah, you put Vicks. Well, we use that for body removals and stuff that have been there for a minute too. That helps too. But yeah, I mean, when you go into these houses, see, I have a big issue with this because of like cockroaches and things like that. And a lot of that I've interacted with, you see them and they touch you and you know what I mean? It was weird, but you got to help people regardless of the situation.
But you also can have a very, very clean house and still have a bug problem.
Well, yeah, if you got, like, I've been in trailer parks around our area that have multiple homes that have like roach problems, and the insides of their homes are spotless. They smell great, but because houses within the park, the trailer park, different trailers have them. They travel. I'll put it that way. They travel. So a lot of those places, they're supposed to deal with it, and bed bugs too. Bed bugs is a bad thing too. And they're hard to get rid of. So, I mean, you can be clean and have these issues. That's true. But the thing is when you have those things and you have small children in the house, you have to try to treat them or make sure that you either bring in like, a bug specialist. I can't think of the name, what they're called. But anyway, somebody that pest control and stuff like that, or let your landlord know, because that is their responsibility if they own the property to make sure it's dealt with. Or you take the proper procedures or proper steps to deal with what you have to deal with, period. Because kids should not be in those situations. It's dangerous. It's unhealthy. It causes and breeds disease and all that kind of stuff. So, no, I've seen rats. Listen, I had rats one time in a house that my wife, the creature that I was married to, lived in, and we were spotlessly clean. But what they were doing was, we had big rats, guys, and I'm talking, they were sewer rats like this, and they had burrowed up. They were doing road work in the street tunnel sewer system in the main road there. And we lived next to a hospital, and all the stuff from the hospital drained into the sewer there, biohazard shit and stuff like that. And they broke up all the old tiles and it sent the rats running. Well, they were running up through the sewer systems and underground, and they burrowed up into my home, chewed through the walls, concrete walls, and burrowed in. I mean, we had them exterminated, but the point was, I didn't own the house. The landlord did. He told us to move, that he wasn't going to. I said, nah, it doesn't work that way. So we ended up going to the news, made them do their thing, and blah, 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 so on and so forth. And he took care of it, but they were dangerous. Like, we had a baby at that time, and rats can jump up to 10 to 12 feet straight off the ground into cribs. And I'm like, if one of my kids gets bit, I'm going to be in the news for a different reason and then probably be housed somewhere else, if you know what I mean. So,
I seen a really, really bad story, and I don't remember where it was at, where the baby, CPS came in and found rodent chewing on the child's face.
Oh, I covered that. I covered one of those stories. Yes, I did. There was a small child that had pests like rat or mouse, like they were biting her face. Yes.
Yeah.
I remember covering that. That made me sick. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. When you know that those things can be dangerous, then you deal with it right away. You don't just let it go and live around it. Sorry. I mean, I live in a very country area, and we get mice inside my house every now and again. Okay, but
You get field mice living in
you
the
deal
country.
with it. Like they're tiny, little things. You find a little thing here or there, and like, oh shit, they're back. So you put the traps out, you catch them, you deal with it, you move on, and you
And
clean
then
and
I know,
round up.
but then I know people who have these as pets.
Oh yeah.
So,
But those
you
are
know,
those are more those are more tame. You know what I mean? They're raised
they're
that
still
way.
creepy to me.
They are creepy. They are creepy. I don't know
That
about that for
snakes
you.
and spiders, and yeah, I'm good.
No, I get it. I get it. Yeah, apartment complexes are really bad for like cockroaches, and you don't have a choice. You move in, you live in this nice apartment, and your
the
neighbor
bug
has them, and they travel, folks. That's why those people that owns those places are supposed to do the pest control monthly, whether you have them or not. That way, that keeps them out. You know what I
See,
mean?
my friend just moved out of an apartment in Tucson, and before she moved, she made the apartment complex come in and do a complete inspection and do their pest control to get rid of anything before she moved it.
There's Tomboy. Good to see
She's like,
you.
I don't want to move it with us. I'm good. New house doesn't mean new problems.
Yeah, right. Agreed.
So she's very proud of herself, though, and I'm proud of her. So
Good.
that's
Good to
something
hear.
positive.
Yeah, well, that's the other thing too, though. Like this, they had no food in the house. So no, if you got that many kids, I guarantee you there's food stamps in that house.
Yeah.
And if you should be getting quite a bit of food stamps, so there's no reason for no food. And if you're home, if there's an adult home all the time, there's no reason the house is dirty. I'm sorry, but there's not. Get off your ass, take care of these kids, and clean, or deal with it. That's what it is. You're going to get arrested, you're going to get charged, and that's that.
Dago, so far, from everything that we've seen of them, their reaction says that they're aware of the situation and they know they're wrong.
Yes, that's the biggest problem. So if that's the case, Eddie, you know you're wrong, you're aware of it, you haven't tried to change it. That's my issue with them right there.
Yeah.
So on we go with this and see what else. Maybe they will show us a little more in the body cam. I doubt it, but
what is typically the bar from someone who just lives a very messy lifestyle? Maybe they have very tough upbringing, tough living conditions, financial situation. And then when does it cross the line to being a criminal case of neglect?
So I think in a situation like this, the statute or the law specifies to the officer, I guess, what should be charged. And I would imagine in all these kinds of cases, she being the police officer, would have some kind of a conversation with the prosecutor about, here's what I was called to the scene for. We showed up thinking it was something to do with a complaint about an animal or a complaint about a cat or something. And this is what we found. And so also immediately, Department of Children's Services will be contacted, and they will have to send someone to the house to also assess the situation and figure out what needs to happen as far as where the kids are going to go. And usually a prosecutor is involved at that initial stage of kind of directing the officer of what needs to happen next and what the prosecutor believes needs to happen. And I think in this situation, she got there, and like you said, just from the stench outside and then seeing 13 kids inside, no toilet, no food in the house, animals are, I think they talked about one of the dogs was infested with fleas and the kids had, insect bites all over them. I think to her that was what would qualify under the statute as a substantial risk to the health and safety of those kids. And so for that reason, no matter what, Department of Children's Services is going to be contacted. But I think from calling a prosecutor said, yes, go ahead and make the arrest, and we'll file the charges on this.
In this case, you have the man who is seen for the most part on the body camera video, and he's the dad to 5 of the kids. Then his sister-in-law is the mother to 8 of the kids in the house. And then the man's wife or fiance was also living in the home. So you have 3 adults facing charges in this case. How do you go about figuring out who's the person to blame, considering there were 3 adults in this house for this situation?
Well, I haven't seen the charging document, but from what I have been able to see, what it looks like is that Angel Lambert, who is the mother of the 8 kids, she was charged with 8 counts of endangering children. And then both Cassandra and Angel, the mother and father of the other 5, were charged with 5 counts. So I assume that they each got charged with endangering their own kids, or whichever kids were their biological children, or whichever kids they were the guardians of. As best I can tell, that's how it would be. Now, I think otherwise you're correct. If they had not been the parents, then I think probably law enforcement would have also charged all three of them. Or if there had been a grandparent or someone else living in the home, very likely they would have been charged as well for failing to protect the safety and welfare of the kids who were inside the house.
Because that was one thing I was thinking is, if say he was the one who was home most of the time, and I don't know what his situation, this is just more in general in these cases where if, maybe he was more of a clean person than the other two, is it because the kids are in the home that everybody's responsible for it in the eyes of a prosecutor or a police officer when you have a situation like that and adults are living in the house?
I think certainly in the eyes of a police officer, and certainly in the eyes of an initial charge, in a criminal case, it's proof beyond a reasonable doubt. However, it's only probable cause to arrest someone. And so oftentimes, not just in child abuse cases, but in all kinds of cases, we will see multiple people be arrested for something and initially charged. And then as the investigation continues, or all the evidence comes out, or they have attorneys and the discovery is shared between the parties, then you realize, like, okay, two of these people, we don't have enough evidence to proceed to proof beyond a reasonable doubt, and we will dismiss that. Like in this case, like you just said, let's say, one of the moms had been out of town for 2 weeks, and the house was not like that when she left. She arrived to the house being, a mess. Then maybe some facts come out later on and the charges get dismissed against her. Or like we see all the time in cases where there's 4 people in a car and they find some drugs or a gun in the car. If no one accepts responsibility and claims the drugs or claims the gun, then oftentimes what you see is the police will arrest all 4 people inside the car. And by the time that case ends, rarely do 4 people get convicted of that. Maybe one of them ends up getting convicted, but that doesn't mean that they all 4 didn't get arrested by the police to begin with, because they would argue.
And I have to totally agree with that. If you had your grandparents living there too, unless they were completely like they couldn't move at all, and they're watching this go on, they should be arrested because they allowed for this to happen. They didn't try to stop it or say a word to anybody to make this a different situation. So I agree with that too. Or anybody else that's an adult that lives in that house watching these kids go through this situation. I'm sorry. I don't agree with that.
Tell me.
Yes, sir.
Vivian P brings up a good point. I mean, maybe it's taboo to discuss it, but that's a real conversation. Because what explains having so many children unless it is for the benefits, right?
Listen, I'm going to tell you a little story real quick. I have a friend, my wife and I both have a friend that works for the Department of Human Services, which is our welfare department basically here. She told us this story about 10 years ago. And I think I told some of the mods that I have here this story before, but there is, here in Ohio, you can receive like a once a month paycheck from them, food stamps and medical insurance for your family if you're on assistance, they call it. But it's only for a certain period of time. Now they've changed it. But this woman was doing an interview. She had 5 or 6 kids, I think, that Nikki told us, and was pregnant at that time. And she asked her blatantly. She was like, "You have how many children?" Blah blah blah. She was signing this woman up for assistance. And the woman, like, she probably wasn't supposed to tell me this, but this was years ago. With the kids that she had, and carrying the one, was going to receive over $1,000 in food stamps a month. That's a lot of food back then, especially. But anyway, and she said to the woman, she goes, "What did they were talking about her pregnancy and of making sure she's doing all these things, and was offering all the programs that are available. There's something called WIC here, women, infants, and children, and she qualified for that. All these things." And the girl said, now mind you, the woman that was there was driving when when you're doing the application, you have to give them all the assets you may have. And she was driving almost a brand new vehicle. How she received it, I don't know, because you can only get so much a month in financial, like, cash. Okay. But it was almost brand new. And they told her that she couldn't keep that vehicle. she would have to sell that to receive the benefits from the government that she was getting. And she was like, well, I ain't going to do that. Something. But then there's other options. People will put these vehicles in other people's names and things like that. It is what it is. But she told her, she even asked her, she goes, will I get more money if I have more children? And she said, well, typically, yeah, there's a cap out, but you'll get more of everything, until, from as many kids as you have, the more you receive. And she said that she took what this woman said and the way she was questioning and making statements as the fact that she was going to continue to have children to receive more income. And I'm like, that's not how this is supposed to work, but it is what they do. Some of these people do this, just to get a bigger paycheck every month. No, that's not, that's wrong. Sorry. I got assistance when I was really young with my first group of kids. When me and the creature first got together, we got a little bit of assistance. I think we got like $200 worth of food stamps for a little while, medical insurance. We never received the cash income, but we were both working. That's why. But still, it helps. It does help. We pay into it, But when you have people that do this kind of thing that have 24 kids and they're receiving a $12,000 a month income check and they get $3,000 or $5,000 worth of food stamps, and then they're still living like this, driving around a Cadillac Escalade or something, it makes you go, what the hell is wrong with our system?
Yeah, as soon as
that's the problem.
Legislators create a program, no sooner does that happen than society can outmaneuver and figure out a way concerning that program on how to exploit it. That's the nature of the game. It is policy that is failed policy that is creating a lot of these failures. And there's nothing wrong with a hand up, but there's a difference between a hand up and a hand out.
That's big time. It's supposed to be, yes, it's supposed to be help temporarily during rough times. That's how I feel about it. Not your whole life, your entire existence. I had a neighbor one time that lived off of government. She had 2 kids, just 2, and then had the third one. And we were actually kind of friends with her, but we knew that she never worked a day in her life, ever, until after her kids became adults, all of them. She got a job at the gas station down at the corner, I think, or something. But she received child support and assistance from the state. That's what she lived off of. No lie. Her paid her rent. One of the child's fathers, she had 3 different fathers to 3 different kids. At the end, she had a third child. Bought her a car because she made him feel like that was his responsibility to make sure she had reliable transportation. Hello? Hello? And stuff like that. Hold on. Sorry about that. So, it kind of makes you look at it when you're going to work every single day and you're watching people do this, and it's like, why don't you go to work too? She said she didn't have to. She needed to stay home with her kids. Oh, okay. Well, I'd love to do that too, but I can't. So, it is what it is. So it makes you wonder about people's minds and stuff. I guess. I don't know. Nowadays, things are more expensive and stuff like that. So whatever, but I don't know. Just I have issues with some of this stuff. That's all I'm saying.
To arrest all 4 of them, even if there is not proof beyond a reasonable doubt, to actually be able to convict them of the charges.
And it was just so shocking. And, you have 13 kids that are living in this house. They range from 13 years old down to an infant.
Well, here's the thing, Rach. Here with the human services stuff, they offer child care. You don't have to pay for it at all. It's covered 100% for a certain many hours that you work. And then something I can't remember how it worked, but it's there. You qualify for it as long as you're doing the right things through the specific programs you're in. They'll give you free child care. So, but And I guess the ex-wife that I was married to even brought that up to her one time. She's like, yeah, I don't trust anybody with my kids, so it won't happen. Well, okay. So be it.
House didn't seem particularly that big, and then you have 3 adults as well in this home, so like 16 people are in this house. I mean, how common is it in these cases of neglect where, because I typically think you might have 1 adult or 2 adults if it's a couple, but then to have 3 people and all seemingly, from at least we saw in body camera video, didn't really have much, didn't maybe understand, at least in Angel's case, didn't really seem to understand just how bad the conditions were inside the home. How common is something like this?
Sadly, it is all too common. I think, like I said, when people who investigate these cases, and especially DCS workers who are charged with this, a lot of times these cases never make it into the criminal court system. Children's Services just gets a complaint. They're charged with investigating it and then try to put services into the home to the extent they can to try to help out the situation, whether that is, I guess, financial support or getting appropriate housing or getting the water bill paid so that the water can get turned back on, or putting people in temporary housing or something. I think those are the kind of things that Children's Services deals with probably on a daily basis. Most of the time, I think these cases do not rise to the level where they end up in a criminal court, as in this case. But for these officers, and from what it looked like on the body cam, it had crossed the line to the point that they can't just call DCS for some assistance. This is something that needs to be prosecuted.
Then on the flip side of this, because I know you're a criminal defense attorney, if one of these individuals came to you looking for defense, and I know that we've seen the body camera video, a lot of it's redacted inside the house, but you can just get the sense from what the police officers are saying is, in their opinion, it was not a good situation to be in. But how does someone, what's the strategy when it comes to defending someone who is facing a charge like this of neglect when, clearly there's something, images would be shown at a trial of very, very difficult conditions, and a lot of children are inside the home.
Right. Well, one of the things that I think may be somewhat shocking, that if I don't practice in Ohio, but if my understanding of the statute in Ohio that they're being prosecuted in is correct, this is actually a misdemeanor offense, which the max.
Yeah, this is out of Toledo, Ohio, just so everybody knows.
And Dago, I got something to say real quick before he moves too far forward of what he just said moments ago about the water bill. To even think that paying the water bill, they're behind on the water bill, is this, premise that we're supposed to, believe. And that if you pay that water bill, that one time, it's
that one-time fix.
Right. That's somehow going to be part of the fix. Well, the thing is if you can't afford the water bill, then you can't afford the lifestyle. Paying it one time is not going to have any benefit.
Yeah.
It is. Yeah. This is a behavioral thing concerning these 3 adults.
That's how I see it too, is this is a lifestyle, a norm for these people. You know what I mean? And you can't just go help them pay their water bill and, oh, it's all fixed now. Right. I agree with you. That's not at all what this is. They need behavioral therapy and to learn how to be different people, period. And learn, these are the same type of people that, at least in my opinion, I don't know for a fact, and I know I probably shouldn't judge, but I've seen situations like this that would go, their water's turned off, for instance, and they go get McDonald's with whatever money they have for dinner that night. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's called discretionary spending. The money is going into a hole somewhere. It is being misappropriated, and
bingo.
And if you pay, suggesting that the water bill gets paid fixes their problem, no, there's an underlying problem.
Way deeper than that. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Like I said, people that don't know how to manage money, people that don't, there's no working toilet or shower. Well, we have issues here. Is it because the water's turned off? Okay, then that's the first issue right there. Why did the water bill get so high that it was turned off? I get utility issues here too because of my situation with, waiting on my disability to go through with one income, so on and so forth. But we don't go spend like this. We don't spend anything ever until our bills are paid. And sometimes you just can't cover it because of the income you have. I understand that, folks. Don't get me wrong. But when you're going out every other night and ordering food for takeout and your bills are about to be turned off, is what I'm saying. It doesn't work that way. That's all.
I know
you gotta get your head together.
I could suddenly come up with the money for them to pay the water bill. And that would be because I know how much money it costs to maintain one cat.
Yeah. Yes.
So however many pets they have, just find the pets a new home, because I'm sure they can benefit from getting
a better life
situation. Right. Get rid of all those pets, and that would be enough money to cover water bills for the entire year.
Right. Yeah. That's a good point, Eddie. Very good point. Especially if you have 5 or 6 animals that you can't afford and they're starving anyway. Yeah, you can't handle that. Put that off. Find them good homes. Do the right thing and use that money to raise your household the way you should. And that's another thing too. Yes, Rach. People that have these massive amounts of food stamps that are going for ribeyes and T-bone steaks and shrimp and all this expensive stuff. There should be limits to that, in my opinion. If you're getting assistance from the state, you shouldn't be able to buy that stuff. Now, I'm not saying people don't deserve to have steak every now and again, okay? But when these people will go blow $800 worth of food stamps and come home with about enough for 3 weeks. How did you do that? You make that work. You stretch that. You make it to where you can feed everybody. Not that you're just eating for one day or two good weeks and then you're out of everything. No, that's dumb. But people do this because they want to live a bigger lifestyle. They want to eat better. They want to look more important. Whatever you want to call it. I'm just saying. Just saying. Kind of crazy.
One penalty on that would be 180 days in jail. So essentially 6 months in jail and a fine. So even though we talk about how bad the conditions are, horrible, I think is the word that the media was using or that the officers were using in their affidavit of complaint. At the end of the day, it's not that serious under the law as far as what it could be. I think the bigger issue and the bigger punishment, if you will, is what happens in family court with the kids. You know, having kids taken away from you or having kids put temporarily in foster care. That's a serious thing, or you would hope that that's a very serious thing for those parents. And then there's all kinds of steps that usually the parents have to go through in order to get full custody of their kids back. And so if I'm representing someone in a case like this, that's one of the things that we're focusing on is how do we make this situation right and put the parents and the kids back in the best place they can be so that these situations and these conditions do not continue. Because the goal is always going to be for the family law court is to reunite kids with their parents. In a situation like this, I think that's what is going to end up happening at some point in time. And it sounds like that may have happened already. I think one of the stories I saw said that there had already been an accusation against one of them, or one of them had been charged with an endangering at some point in time previously. So what that leads me to believe is they had done whatever it was that DCS asked them to do at some time prior. And I would imagine at the end of the day, in this case, that's what's going to end up happening as well.
Because I also wonder just in more the strategy of what goes into a prosecutor's mind when you're figuring out what is the appropriate charge in a case. Because I think if you have children who have like flea bites and it's the situation of the house that might, you know, that is in some ways I could see someone saying like that's an injury. So it's like, when does that become the difference, I guess, between neglect and then child abuse?
Right. And again, that goes back to the definition of injury and whether you can claim that that's an injury, right? I mean, I think for some people you would say, oh, if I have bug bites all over my body or there's flea infestation in the house, that should qualify. You know, legally, I don't know that you have the best ground to stand on. And again, I don't pretend to know all the laws or what the case law says in Ohio regarding this, but that's certainly, you're right. That's what I would be arguing as a defense attorney is that these things, you know, we can agree that they're deplorable. We can agree that that's, you know, unacceptable for kids to be living in those situations and try to rectify that. But that doesn't mean it rises to the level of, you know, any kind of a felony child abuse type case, because there's not serious bodily injury, or the law does not consider what these kids were going through to be serious bodily injury.
No, it's just shocking always to see these kind of body camera cases. And I know for you, having worked in a prosecutor's office, that it's, I'm sure not the easiest cases to go forward with when you think of all the kids that were inside the house. Josh Corman, criminal defense attorney, former prosecutor. It's always great to have you on Law and Crime. Thanks for being with us.
You too. Thanks for having me.
That will do it for On the Case, presented.
Okay, hold on here. Oh, I want to make sure, see if I still got that one. 1 second. Sorry, you guys. This one might have more to it. I was looking for it earlier, and I struggle with some of these because they're minors, but let's see.
The 911 call reporting suspected animal
Conditions are acceptable for children?
No, I don't.
No. Okay. I understand. I'm not trying to talk down on you. I'm not trying to make you feel.
August 10th, 2025, Toledo, Ohio. At approximately 5:20 p.m., officers with the Toledo Police Department received a 911 call reporting suspected animal cruelty at a residence in the 300 block of Raymer Boulevard on the city's east.
No, 300. We covered the David story in the first half of the show. If you weren't in here, sorry.
When officers arrived, they saw nothing unusual from the outside of the house. Everything seemed quiet, but as soon as the door was opened, a strong stench hit them immediately. The smell of garbage, human waste, and decay.
Answers now. What is that stench? The police are here.
Inside the house were 13 children, all under the age of 14. Some sat or lay on the floor, while others huddled in corners. Many looked destitute, with inadequate clothing, dirty bodies, and signs of long-term neglect.
Hi.
How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Doing good.
You guys have a cat that's hurt?
Cat?
Yeah. A kitten inside that's paralyzed? That got thrown down the stairs?
I don't recall that at all.
You guys have kittens inside?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. They're all fine?
At the moment, yes. I have checked them out.
Okay, well, let's check them out. Do you have any dogs inside?
We have one.
Is it put up?
Yeah, she should be in the backyard.
Okay.
Ella got me wet.
Okay, can you not do that at the moment? Yeah, is Piglet in the backyard?
I think.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry about the house being a little dirty at the moment. I just got home not so long ago.
You're fine.
I was telling them to clean up.
Now we'll have the same color.
The cats are upstairs.
Oh.
Hey, come on.
The floors were covered in trash, rotten food, and human and animal feces. Walls were peeling, wood floors were moldy, and there were signs of prolonged damp. Many areas had traces of animal urine, and insects swarmed around the sink and stove.
No problem for
Corners
him.
of the house contained piles of trash more than 3 feet high.
And that name is. What's your name?
Naomi?
Mama, I just always eats. That's still coming. That's still coming. Because the dog is not in. That is still coming. If it's big now, she can come in. Yeah, still coming. Always be a big bag. Oh, stop that now. It's not okay to say that.
Okay, is the
My mom.
is the dog
That's not
outside?
our mom. Yeah, it's outside.
Dog's outside?
Yeah, it's in the backyard.
All right.
Sorry about that.
Are these all your kids?
No, ma'am. I have 5. Yeah, the other kids is my sister-in-law's.
Okay, where are the cats at?
They're upstairs.
Upstairs.
All right, let's go check on them.
And the baby cat is mine. And Honey is mine. And 2 of the cats died. They're babies. Yeah, one is not feeding them that much. Come on. Wow. Good.
Again, sorry about the mess.
Actually, come outside.
The guy leave some space there.
Where are they?
Leave some over here. The baby cats. Oh, you the baby cats.
Okay, I need you outside.
Yeah.
They're fine.
13, Texas.
Oh my God. Tab. Hold. Oh, I need your opinion. I need you to go inside and just look around and tell me what you're thinking about this entire setup in here.
It seems like.
But I need you to go upstairs.
A total of 13 children, all under the age of 14, were found in the home. Among them, at least 2 infants were wearing only diapers with no outer clothing. Several preschool or elementary school-age children were sitting on the dusty floor. There was no sign of food or water near the children. Several had small scratches, chapped skin, and signs of mild skin infections. 2 children had low-grade fevers and dehydration, according to initial reports from emergency medical personnel.
Take care, Beach Bay.
There you go. She tells those 2 officers to go in the house, but make sure you go upstairs to get the full picture.
Yeah.
And tell me what you think. And then the one didn't even make it into the entrance and then turned right around. And she's like thinking, no way, I'm not going in any further into this biological hazard.
Right, 100%. I mean, she initially knew what it was. She should have just made the call there and dealt with it. End of story. You don't need somebody else's opinion. Maybe he was like a higher rank than her or something, but yeah, I mean, it's sad. Yeah, and all he says is sorry about the mess. I'm sure you are. Sure you are. Whoever that is backstage, you guys show me your face. Oh, you're good. Okay, you can come on up. You can take your camera down.
Hi.
How are you?
Good. So what are we talking about? We're talking about what's going on here? I missed it.
Hold on a minute. It's a house out of Toledo, Ohio, where there were 13 children found in very, very, very
What
bad,
happened?
very bad living conditions. The police responded to the home, and they were all in a very bad situation, and they had to remove the children and arrest the adults in the house.
And so why? Because of
Their living conditions. There was no food in the home, and there was no working water, toilet, shower. There was animal and adult fecal matter and urine all over the floors and just so on and so forth. So
Eddie. Hi, Eddie.
Hi, how are you?
Good. And so this is a crime. Is this a crime? A case?
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
Neil, have you followed this channel much before?
I am.
I'm sorry. Okay, where'd she go?
What's that girl's show? The other crime. It's the Taylor and that girl.
Taylor.
Yes.
Stitch in. Oh, okay.
Yes. I was on her show, and I was on the other girl's show with the true crime. I forgot her. Chrissy.
Chris. Okay, no problem.
Yes.
Your mic has a little bit of static going. It's hard to hear you a little bit, so that's okay. Well, thank you for.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you sound okay now. No problem. No, you just went. Okay. I don't know if it's going to work out. She's having some connection issues. Sorry. I don't know why are you having, there we go. Are you all right?
I'm sorry. Yes, I'm sorry. My Wi-Fi sometimes do that. I'm sorry.
It's okay. That's okay.
So, yes, I have been on those 2 shows. Yes,
Okay.
I have.
Gotcha. No
I
problem.
want to see this video.
Okay. All right. Well,
Yes.
thank you for joining us very much.
Can I be on here? Can I still be on here?
Yeah, you're fine.
Sure.
You're fine.
To talk to you? Okay. Like right here? Like I don't want to be down.
No, you're okay. As long as when I start playing this, we're not going to talk through it, but then after that.
Okay, can we play?
Yeah. Yeah, no problem.
What's your last name?
Oliveri.
Spell it.
OLIVIERI.
First name.
Angel.
Date of birth.
March 16th, 1997.
March 16th, 97.
1997. Yes, ma'am.
You live here?
Yes, ma'am.
What's your phone number? What's your social?
Oh, bud, get inside, please. All right.
All 5 of your children live here?
Yes, ma'am.
I need their names.
So my oldest is
Some of this we've seen before. I'm going to try to skip forward. I'm trying to get more.
So what's going on here? He's gonna get into trouble.
Yes.
Last name?
Yes, very much.
For like why? For what?
For allowing his children and the children to live in the household the way that it is.
What is it? What is it? The way it? What is it? The way it is.
It's very dirty. Like I said, there's no.
How would you get into trouble by that?
Well, because it's unhealthy for the children to live within a dirty situation where it can cause health issues and sickness and.
That makes okay.
Right, and then there's no food, there's no water, there's no way to like flush the toilet, take showers, stuff like that, and that's not a good.
Bad. That's bad.
Yeah, that's very bad. So that's why he's gonna get in some trouble here.
Okay, that makes.
And like I was gonna say, you guys, we've seen some of this, but we're trying to get more photographs of the inside of what the house actually looks like to kind of give it more of a relatable, like, oh my God, how bad this really truly is. So.
Yes.
Just.
Stop, Gabriel. Come on, bud.
All right, you gotta go inside. All right. No, keep your
Yes, can y'all go inside?
Keep your
Yes,
sticker.
y'all go inside.
Keep your sticker. Go
Can I
inside.
get a sticker?
I don't have any. I need you to go inside, okay?
Damn, you already had it.
No, please.
Can you get off the phone, please?
Huh?
Can you get off the phone, please?
I'm on phone with my wife.
Okay, that's fine. Can you? Okay. I don't know of what. I need information. Next.
My twins says
Next.
my son born yep, 1998. July 1st.
Okay, what's Cassandra's phone number? Why this is happening?
I'm trying to skip through some of this to get a little ahead of what we've seen already.
Care of themselves. You're adults. If you want to live that way, these kids didn't sign up for that.
Trust me, I understand
They
that.
do not need to. Okay,
accept
well,
this
there's
at all.
plenty. I see plenty of animals. There's animals. You need to be sorry to me. You need to be sorry. The told him, I'm not trying to talk down on you guys. I'm from the east side. I grew up here.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not somebody who had it made in Sylvania. And
right.
I get people go through shit.
Yes,
I understand that. I'm not trying to talk down on you guys and make you guys feel
I'm not.
feel a certain type of way, make you feel like a bad mom, a bad whatever. I understand that. But at a certain point, too far is too far.
I know, and that's what I be telling you.
I understand.
I'm
I
the
understand.
oldest sister,
but
so you
but
know.
that's where we are right now.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay?
So what do I do?
We're gonna get some stuff figured out.
So do I go clean the house or what?
Can you bring me my never mind. Just hang tight for me. After that, I need all of your kids' first name, last name, date of birth.
When asked to explain the condition of the home and the children, the three adults present at the scene, Angel Lambert, female 32, Cassandra A. Determining that this was a case of severe child neglect, officers immediately called for assistance from Lucas County Children's Services, LCCS.
See, that's something else too, you guys, is that all of these kids now have to be placed into foster care and split up. Their siblings. Hopefully some of them could have been kept together, but in a lot of senses, they can't do that. They have to split these kids up all over the county, put them through situations that, you know, obviously hopefully they're better situations for them, but it's still traumatizing to kids, especially the little ones. You know what I mean? And it comes out, and I'm not saying I'm complaining about it, but it comes out of taxpayers' money to help take care of the situation when these people could have done it to begin with the right way. Just saying.
Within an hour, the LCCS emergency response team was on the scene, along with city paramedics. Each child was given a quick on-site assessment. Temperature was taken, eyes, skin, dehydration, and signs of skin damage were checked. 2 children were found to be malnourished and mildly dehydrated, and intravenous fluids were administered on the scene. The other 3 children were transferred to Toledo Children's Hospital for further dermatological and respiratory monitoring. Meanwhile, LCCS social workers conducted a review of each child's household registration, custody, and welfare records. They discovered that some of the children lacked clear birth certificates, many were not enrolled in any schools, and none of the 3 adults had legal custody of any of the 13 children. That same evening, all of the children were removed from the dangerous environment and transferred to LCCS's Emergency Reception Center, which had milk, food, beds, and 24/7 medical care. Immediately after completing the scene investigation and removing the children from the dangerous area, Toledo police arrested all 3 adults present in the home: Angel Lambert, Cassandra A. Lambert, and Angel Oliveri III.
Recording.
Can you do me a favor?
Yeah. My phone's in my bra.
Okay.
Can
We'll
you,
get all that. What is this?
Numbers. My
Okay.
mother-in-law's number. Can you send the money that's in my Cash App to my phone?
I can't do that.
She needs it for the diapers for babies. Let me give her your phone. Ooh, Jackie,
Or
didn't she already leave?
if you want her to keep your phone, I can give it
Can
to
you
her.
just unlock it right quick? Mary.
Here. You can
Unlock it
tell
right quick.
you can tell her to do it. I can't
You want me
move.
to do it? Unlock it
If
right
it was
quick.
like for a number or something, I could, but to move money around, I can't do that.
Go down. Go to Cash App.
The criminal charges were announced the following day in municipal court, with a total of 18 counts of child endangering, divided equally as follows. Angel Lambert faced 8 counts, and Cassandra Lambert and Angel Oliveri, the third, each faced 5 counts. At their preliminary hearing, all 3 defendants were released on own recognizance, without bail, but must strictly abide by the condition that they have no contact with the children. They were assigned public defenders and required to appear at subsequent hearings. The court records noted that the risk of reoffending is high, and the charges could be upgraded to a more serious level if there is evidence of organizing or concealing children from the Ohio welfare system. After being rescued from the house on Raymer Boulevard, the 13 children were divided into 2 groups. The healthy children were taken to the Lucas County Children's Services, LCCS, emergency facility, while the 2 infants and 3 children with skin diseases were taken directly to the Children's Hospital.
Pause it, Daigle, please.
All are now safe.
Thank you. Look at this. I keep looking at this picture of the children. What are we looking at? This cannot be the same children that we are looking at in the body cam.
I mean, they don't seem to be. Maybe.
Right? Tell me these are the same kids. There's no possible way.
They don't look like it. First off, these ones here look older than what we saw. I never saw any of these kids. But, I mean, okay, here's the thing. If these kids are there, why aren't they helping with some aspects of things? Not that they have to be the caregivers, but you know what I mean? I don't know if she's pregnant or not, but they don't look like the same. First off, those kids look to be maybe Hispanic. These kids look like they're white. Am I wrong?
Right, exactly. And
okay. I didn't want
11 of them, and they're all, you know, none of them are like creeping or crawling, you know, age. None of them
there
are.
was no. Well, I think there were three. They said 3 small ones that had skin issues that they were sent off to the children's hospital. Now I don't know if this picture was taken like right away, but they don't look like the same kids. It's weird.
And actually,
maybe,
it looks like a woman, a lady, maybe a teacher or some authority figure way off to the right.
one of the caregivers right here that was maybe at the children's home or something. Yeah.
No, this is the wrong.
It could be like they just said in the chat that maybe one of the whoever the person was that covered this used their own props to make this look like that's who that was.
Yeah, whoever is airing the story is matching up a photo that has got nothing to do with.
Doesn't match at all, right?
Characters involved in the story that they're sharing with, you know, that they're telling.
Yeah, 100%. You're right. I think this is just a completely different photograph that he's using just to display how many children there were and things like that. Missing the, you know, 3 more, but so be it.
Exactly. It's just a random photo of like 10 or 11 people is all it is.
If you're looking in the background, Eddie, it looks like it might be like a church photograph of a group, like be a church group or something, and he just found one that had that many kids in it and made it look like this is what it was. Because they're definitely not their kids. There's no way. So
that's a different set of people. This
story, I covered this story too. Yeah, I was looking at this. I thought this was familiar. Wade's right. This is a different set of people. This was about the oldest girl that escaped the house, reported to police. They were trapped for years. Yes. Remember, Eddie? You may not have been here for this, but I covered this story. This little girl, she could barely speak like clear English. She took a phone, took off running from the house after she got out, called police, and like was apologizing again and again and again. And they were all Caucasian children in that story. There was a bunch of them. And they were like trapped and chained to their beds and stuff. Remember that story?
Okay.
And that's who this I was. Yeah, because that's the husband right there. Because I remember that dumpy ass haircut that he had. It looked like the Dutch boy thing, a weirdo. That's the wife. Yes. I'm sorry, but is it Turpins? Yeah, I think it was the Turpins.
Okay.
Stupid ass haircut and his dumb smile. I remember this. I did cover this. Like these people made me sick too. It was just disgusting. But I guess that's why he put it up here, because they're close to the situation. Their house didn't seem to be as nasty as this house, but it was still a bad situation. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry about. As soon as I looked up and went, oh, that doofy ass haircut with that idiot. Yes. I remember now.
Makes sense now.
Sorry. Yep, the Turpins. That was them. Poor kids. That poor little girl. I felt so bad for her, you guys. The way there was a body cam video we watched on her. The way she was talking to the police, it was like she was so ultra innocent, had no idea what she was doing, and was just trying to get help because she said her younger siblings, one of these ones here, I believe, were chained to their beds. They had like chains and shit and handcuffs, and they would lock these kids in cages and cuff them to their beds. And there's so much of this shit that happens that makes me nuts. There was a lot of abuse, physical abuse and stuff like that going on. It was crazy, but like I said, there was always food, but they weren't allowed to eat. Okay. They had padlocked their fridge and locked their cupboards. It's crazy shit. Crazy, crazy. Anyway, we're about done here. So let me play the end of this real quick.
Receiving nutrition, clean clothing, and have begun receiving psychological and educational support. Some will be gradually placed with legal relatives, while others will have temporary guardianships appointed by the court. The report found that at least 4 children had never been enrolled in school, and many did not even have valid birth certificates, suggesting they had been hidden from the welfare system for long periods. The case not only exposed serious neglect, but also raised troubling questions about gaps in community oversight and the child protection system. Perhaps the most haunting thing was not the filth in the house, but the silence that surrounded it, until a 911 call changed the fate of 13 children.
Yeah, there's so much. And you know what? I've seen a lot of these stories come out of Ohio. I truly have, in different areas of Ohio, even from the area that I'm from. It was bad in some of these situations. And these people that locked their children in cages, like dog cages, and chained them, and that was like 6 months, maybe a year ago that I covered. Yeah, here we go. Here's Ding Dong and his doopy flipping haircut. I can't stand these people. That as soon as I saw that hairdo, I realized, see it? This is him. And then there's the wife of the Turpin family. I think it was like a year or so ago. And this is the type of stuff that went on inside their house. Like I said, it was a mess. There's all their kids. See, now that it looks a little bit better. She looks familiar from that picture now, and there's that goofy ass haircut again. But all of these kids were living in this house together, and they were all being chained and abused and starved to death. Look how skinny every one of them. They were severely underweight. None of them were in school. They were severely behind, like verbally. They couldn't speak right. Like for instance, the one girl was saying, like, I do that today, and you know what I'm saying? Like, there was no language skills and speech skills and stuff like that. It's very sad to me. And I'm just very obsessive about kids being mistreated. It drives me nuts. Because they can take them to Disney to make it look good, but they can't treat them right in their household. And they just keep having kids, you know? Drives me nuts. God, I can't stand him. Stupid ass haircut. Sorry. Drill Up, welcome. Good to see you. Yeah, that was them. That makes sense now. Thanks for noticing that, though. Because I was looking at that picture going, if you say so, but good call. Good call.
Drill Up, no, I don't think it's him. He's not the shooter. Not at all. I'm not fooled for a second.
Really, Kirk? Yeah, no. Oh, and I had one other thing that Rachel shared with me earlier today. I wanted to show you guys. It's in no relation to anything we've seen, but it's something I wanted to show because it's been bothering me since she sent it to me. Let's see. Oh, Scully, if you're here, bro, no worries, brother. I love you. Truly do. Let me find this. Rach sent this to me, and it just pisses me straight the fuck off. Clearly. And I'm going to show you. I want to share this with you. I know we've been here for a minute. We're partnering with. But this irritates me to no end. And people may disagree with me, and people might get mad at me. Okay? And truly, honest to God, I don't care at this point. This story came out of Pullman, Washington. We all know where that's at. This was a professor. Thank you for sending me this stuff, by the way, Rach. Yeah, very developmentally delayed they were. Very sad. But this comes out of Pullman. This guy right here was a professor at WSU. His name is Patrick Mahoney. I don't know if anybody's heard this story. But this dumbass... this is a professor, and listen to his language. Mind you, I'm going to give you a trigger warning because every other word he says is the F word. And he's an asshole. Just a complete, total piece of shit asshole. And he knows what he did, okay? And these are the people that I can't stand that do shit like this. We all know that people don't like Trump, and there's people that don't like Biden and didn't like this and all that. Whatever. I don't give a shit. So what? You don't touch people. Whether you agree with what they believe or don't believe, this goes back to, yeah, he was a TA, Rach. I think you're right. But they listed him as a professor there. So anyway, watch this real quick. It's not very long. It's the body cam. What he tells his story. Then I'm going to show you the other version of it.
Thought, and I think he did too, right? Completely. Like, because I didn't.
And the thing that gets me is this guy's a TA. I wonder if they interviewed him before he got the job, because old boy here, and you'll know why I said that in a minute. Old boy here doesn't seem as educated as he probably should be.
You're Patrick. I'm Patrick.
Nice to meet you.
You're not fucking with me, right? Like, you said.
I don't know how else official.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to show that right after this, Rach. I just want them to see this first to get the shock value.
Yeah. Andre. You said Andre.
St.
Okay.
Andre. Yeah.
So what's the deal, man?
So what happened up on the hill tonight?
Okay, so I walked down. Correct me if I'm wrong, right?
Was he there?
He was there, right? So I walk down. I see old boy walking around, right?
Who?
He's got. I've seen this guy fucking on campus before.
Okay.
I know he's like fucking like right wing dude.
Okay.
He's got a fucking like Make America Great Again hat.
Okay.
Right? Pardon my French. Like.
First off, it don't matter. I don't care. Left, right, middle, upside down, inside out. That's his business. You don't get to do what this dickhead did.
I'm not gonna actually take your hat off.
But no, don't touch it.
Okay, sure. Probably that's probably not good.
No, it's not.
But for the thing, I like grabbed his hat, threw it, and I said like, go get it. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm like, you know, you're fucking wearing that hat. You're fucking. You want it to fucking. You want someone to fucking look at it, right? I didn't fucking hit him. Didn't fucking like body check him, anything like that. Took the hat, threw it, right? I was like, that's gonna be the end of it. Fucking, he's gonna pick up his hat. He's been gone, right? Do my thing.
Now, I'm going to interject and say something here, okay?
Please do.
Welcome, Kat. So, obviously, he don't like Trump, MAGA, any of that, and so be it. I respect your feelings on that. But go ahead and touch me. Touch my hat. Touch me as a person, and guarantee you what happens to you is going to be way different than what you think is going to happen to you. Don't do it. Don't do it, because that's not your right. That's my space. This is me. That's you. You want somebody to touch you? Fine, but don't touch me and think that you're just I'm gonna turn around and walk away after you did what you did. No, you're gonna get hurt, period. That's just me. It's how I was raised. That's me. You don't touch me, I'm gonna drop you. End of story. That's it. And this guy thinks he did nothing wrong, but I think he knows he did something wrong. He's playing dumb. That's all I'm saying.
Daigle.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, he's intolerant, and the other person didn't do anything.
No, he just walked by.
Other than by their apparel, what they were wearing.
Yes,
they
sir.
were displaying a difference of political opinion than his, and he thinks he has free license to accost the other.
Thank you. And it goes right into the Charlie Kirk situation as far as I'm concerned. Same thing.
100% similar.
That's exactly why I'm showing
the same.
Yep. Right. Like I said, he's wearing a MAGA hat. You don't like it, or you're just an asshole. Maybe he's not even, it's not, he doesn't like it, Eddie. He just sees a reason that he can be an asshole and he's indifferent to it, which I see people do, and decides to be this asshole and take his hat and toss it. The guy wasn't even looking at him, bothering him, talking to him, nothing. You don't have that right. So if, again, this was me, he would have been beat down in the middle of the road. But I'm going to show you the other video, what they did to this kid. It's disgusting.
Like we said before, real quick, and I won't preach, but it is a terroristic tactic to intimidate and discourage the voices of the opposing side.
Of course.
Because the Charlie Kirk situation and what this guy and others like him do.
Yep. And
This is not a one-off. This is common every day in the country.
Regular now, folks. This is a normal thing, which is why this idiot, I think, might actually believe that he's in the right. Well, I was just messing around, basically, is what he said. I just took his hat and threw it, and that was it. I was done. You'll see. Like I said, he's uneducated. He's an idiot, and he deserves what he gets, in my opinion, and then some. So yeah. And they had this guy working as a TA with Washington State. That'll tell you something right there.
Threw it, and then I like heard him say something, turn around, and old boy like fucking came at me. Fucking, I don't know to what extent he hit me or he body checked me. I don't know what he did, right? He can corroborate, right? Yeah. But like he came at
Good golly, Miss Molly's in the house, as he right well should have. You're lucky it was him and not somebody like me.
Right? This is the first time where like I touched his hat full. I admit to touching his hat, right? I didn't hit him, right? Like I didn't do anything to him. As soon as I turn around, he hit me, right?
How did he hit you?
I honestly like cannot recall exactly how it happened. It was either a body check or like a grab you. Sorry,
yeah,
like,
you're
sorry
doing,
that I'm like
you're doing a lot, man.
Yeah. I'm gonna like back up
Thank
from
you.
This.
Thank you.
I don't know how to explain it with you without like doing it, you know, like it's my boy, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, and so I'm like, okay, he hit me, right? And immediately he isn't seeing like what's going on, right? He just sees him hit me.
Yeah.
Right? So this stuff happens so fast, like he just sees him hit me, right?
And he's basically lying here too, by the way, because when you see the other video, you'll see what happens.
I see like him basically protect me, right? Like, oh, this guy's attacking you, I'm gonna get you. Basically at the same second, like as soon as he attacks me, I'm reacting, I'm grabbing him. I can't say like how exactly I reacted to him, but I can say like I grabbed him, right? We take him down to the ground, right? I give him a fucking.
You hear him say "we." This is a one. There's two of you and one of him. First off, this is all bullshit. But there's more.
Shot, right? To be like, hey, don't fuck with me, right?
Where'd you hit him?
I think in the jaw. Yeah, like so. I'm like, all right, he's done. I didn't hit him after that. Get him the hit. I'm not about to fuck this guy up. Like, I'm not gonna fucking stomp on him or anything like that. Like, he's done. He made it, like, from what I recall, like, he made it very clear, like, he's not fighting anymore. Like, he's done, right?
He didn't fight to begin with, loser. You did all that, and you started all of that. So, okay.
Okay, cool. Fucking pick up my glasses, put them on, fucking walk away, fucking, we're done, right? He wanted to fight. He fucking got what was coming to him. We're done.
Now, that statement is what pissed me off in this entire thing when he said that. He wanted to fight. He got what was coming to him. No, fuckface. You started this. You brought all of this about. The dude was minding his business, walking down the street, going somewhere else. Didn't even notice you because you're an idiot. I wouldn't notice you either. Maybe that's why this guy's so miserable, because he's a loser and nobody pays attention to him. I don't know what it is. He's got to make a big deal about himself, but whatever. This irritates me so bad. So, once again, a little bit more coming.
We're going to walk away. We're not going to fucking pursue it anymore, right? We walked away to the Emporium, right? We went there with a girlfriend of his, right? And then we fucking moved on to fucking here, right? I get this call. I'm literally thinking people are fucking with me, right? I'm like, well, if it is the fucking police, like, I'd rather deal with them tonight than fucking deal with them fucking 2 weeks from now or some bullshit like that, right? I don't think I did fucking something illegal, right? Like, unless taking a guy's hat is illegal, right? Like, I'm not the one, like, I didn't want to start a fight with this guy, right? I wanted to be like, oh, you have a hat? You fucking want to fucking make a statement about it? Okay, I'm fucking tossing it. You can go pick it up, right? You go about your day, and then fucking, you got what you wanted out of it, right? Old boy fucking came at me first, right? In terms of, like, physically, like, trying to hit me, right? My understanding of that is, like, that's him starting a fight with me, right? I'm going to finish it to the extent that, like...
This is how stupid this idiot is. He'd have never even looked at you if you wouldn't have touched him, which is illegal, folks. That's assault. To do what he did is considered assault. 100%.
Yes, it is. 100%.
You don't, it's not illegal to touch somebody unwanted. Unless he said, hey, dude, take my hat and throw it across the street. That's different. But nobody's ever going to say that, okay? That's how dumb this asshole is. That, all I would do is touch his hat. He started to fight. Yeah, okay. Stupid ass.
You're done. But I'm not going to stomp on this guy or fucking, put him in the fucking hospital or anything like that. I mean,
so I was told one of your buddies, possibly him, but well, I was told you were with a few others.
And if you notice, the guy thinks he's that tough that he's going to put him in the hospital too. Yeah. If there weren't two of you there, I can almost guarantee you that other kid could have probably beat this guy's ass by himself. But there's two of them, so what's fair there, folks? Come on. He's a solid ass garbage punk. That's all he is. I am so irritated with this. I want to fight this kid myself. Like, literally drive to Washington and find this kid and fight him. That's how much this irritates me.
Right. Pack mentality. There was an element of pack mentality there.
Yes, 100%. Like I said, the other kid, as you'll see, if he'd have been alone, he probably could have definitely handled this asshole. Just saying.
People, like, tripped him?
No, nobody tripped anybody. Yeah, like, here's the thing that happened. It's like, I'm telling you straight up.
Because there's a lot of people around.
Yeah, there's a lot of people around. I'm telling you straight up. Both of us.
And there's video cameras.
And there's video cameras. We're going to tell you the truth. This is, and like, if there was tripping going on, like, that was not intentional at all. I'm telling you right now.
It was 100%. That's how they took him to the ground, is they swept his feet by tripping him, as you'll see.
Now, full disclosure, I did not intend to trip this guy. I completely thought, I think he did too, right? Completely, because I didn't talk to him about this guy or anything like that, right? He was acting as like, from my understanding, I was actually, like being like, okay, he's coming, he's protecting me, like, wow, my boy, yeah, you know what I'm saying? He's protecting me because this guy's, I don't even think he was looking when this happened. I don't even think he saw me grab the hat. I think he just saw this guy attack me and was like,
where are the other people that were with you?
They were like, I think they were behind us. I do not know what they were doing. They're not from here. Like, they don't know like what's going on, right? Like, my understanding is like when this all happened, they were like, what the fuck? That was my understanding, right? So my understanding is that like he doesn't see what's going on. The only thing he sees is like old boy like basically attacking me, basically. And I'm like, okay, well, we'll deal with this. We dealt with it, right? We didn't say like, do you want to fight us or anything like that? I didn't fucking hit old boy. You know what I'm saying? Took his hat, threw it. That's the only thing I did, right? I didn't when he was walking by go or anything like that. To my understanding.
No, I didn't. Yeah. I wasn't told that you tripped him. I was told one of your friends tripped him.
No, listen, like I was the one. If you want to fucking ding anybody tonight, if taking someone's hat is a ding enough offense in terms of like taking somebody to jail or something like that, it's me. Okay, I don't think taking someone's, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think taking someone's hat and throwing it like is assault, right?
It's unwanted touching.
It's unwanted touching. I don't know what that is, right? I did that, right? He did not, right? Nobody in our group did.
That's why you said both of you guys hit him.
He only intervened after he attacked me. Is after old boy, right? That's the only thing that happened, right? I mean, I'm not gonna touch you, I'm not gonna come away from you, right? But this is me. See the hat? Go get it, right? And then I think he either grabbed me or like said something. I turn around and fucking that's when he comes at me, right? I don't know like to what extent he like gave me a hit or something, but he came at me, right? He got my hands. His hands are on me, right? He's not letting me go away, right? For at least 2 seconds this happened, right? At this point, Gerald sees him on me, right?
That's your friend.
Yeah, my friend. Grabs him, right? Takes him. I grab him too. We're taking the ground. He wants to put his hands on me, right? He puts his hands on me, right? We're taking the ground, right? I give him a hit to be like, yo, don't fuck with this anymore, right? Like we're done. As soon as I give him a hit, he's done. He's not moving into like he's moving, but he's not dead or anything like that. But like he's not like getting back up and trying to fight us or whatever. And at that point, I don't think we're not trying to have a fist fight. Like,
was there any food involved?
Food?
Like, did somebody have some food?
I think he might have had food. I never touched his food at all.
Okay. What happened to his food?
I have no idea at all. The only thing I touched is his hand. That's the only thing. Right?
There's food up in the road up there.
I mean, like maybe like he was had it in his hand. And he tried to like attack me, and then like it got spilled. But like I didn't like when he was coming, like when he was walking down the street, I didn't like see his food. I just slap his food.
Okay, so this is Officer Lambley, I think it is. This is Heidi from the Brian Koberger pullover in WSU, and I think it was in October. This is the police officer that pulled him over. Or, yeah, I think that was it. Wasn't her name Heidi, Eddie?
I'll find out in a minute.
I think that was her. I know one of the female police officers somewhere within the Idaho 4 case is Heidi. This is her, just so you guys know. And he is annoying. I'm skipping through some of it because you've seen the 90% of what you need to see from him. Or was it? No, Kopacka. That's right. Not Koberger, Kopacka. Thank you, Rach. Sorry, I get it confused sometimes. So remember when they swatted Kopacka and there was the female police officer? That's who that was. I'm sorry. My apologies. Anyway, on we go.
No other interactions that don't know each other by name. This just that dude from Pat was walking, and Patrick grabbed the hat and tossed it on the ground. I don't know the other guy's name, so don't Pat. Jay. So Jay pushed.
So Jay is the other guy, the guy that was wearing the MAGA hat that he took off his head and threw on the ground. That's Jay.
Patrick, and then both Gerald and Patrick took Jay to the ground, and he doesn't know about other things that Patrick did, but he told me that he punched or hit Jay in the leg and with a closed fist, and doesn't know why people would say that he was smashed up into Jay's face. But he.
And you guys noticed Eddie said pack mentality. Well, when you see the other video, there was not just Gerald and Patrick. There was like 4 or 5 people together in a group. And many people around that watched this happen. And because Patrick's the idiot that he is, there's cameras all out on the street, guys. We know this. And it recorded the whole thing. Thank God. Yeah, I think she is 2-0. I think she is. Rach knew that when she sent it to me, and I'm pretty sure Rach was right on that. So
knows that he didn't do it. He can't say for sure whether or not Patrick did it.
We talked about it. I'm just gonna talk to the guy sitting right here. That's not true at all.
We did grab him and bring him to the ground, but it wasn't like we slammed him onto the ground.
How how reasonable
it was like he's trying to make this sound like it was not that big of a deal. You touched him, period. You touched him, and you only touched him because he was wearing a MAGA hat. If the guy would have been wearing a Georgetown Hoyas hat or a New York Yankees hat, that would have never happened. Would have never happened. But you did it because it was a MAGA hat, and it shows the ignorance, okay? I'm not saying that I support the MAGA stuff, but I'm not going to touch somebody's hat and throw it or make comments about it or even look at it funny because that's his choice. It's not my choice. It's not my place. But that shows the mentality and the ignorance with these people. Like I said, it relates, in my opinion, the same way the Charlie Kirk situation does. Yeah, right. Did you gently pick him up and put him on the ground? No, you tricked him and put him on the and you basically threw him on the ground. And then what they did after that just made me sick. Yes, cat lady. Enid pullover lady. I think it might have been her too. Yeah, very possible.
Probably. Well, if he had he was coming at us, so I think to some degree he makes people try to bring him to the ground because we don't want anything to be actually hurt. But we probably. And by
Gerald, 455 in custody. Gerald, right? Yeah. 2 in custody. Correction, that'll be 2.
So I have keys in my grab his hat.
Okay.
I think I'm pretty.
Did you take him down to the ground?
Here's what exactly.
Okay. Any of that tonight? No. 2025.
Okay, so both these dipshits were arrested. Okay, I'm not gonna make you watch anymore because it's just truly it pisses me off to no end. So I don't want to watch it. I think this one's the one that, or no, which one was it? Rach, was it the first one?
You know what's going on though, Dago? It's the mainstream media.
Sorry, bud. Go ahead.
It's the mainstream media that's fueling this too.
Of course it is. Of course. They're pissing the left off at the right and the right off at the left because, like we said the other day, they're showing.
Let's take it for what it is. It is the left doing it to the right in this case, right?
Right.
We always want to just address the issue at hand and not try to overextend it by saying, well, the other does it too. And that's a whole different conversation for another day.
Sure.
But it is the mainstream media saying Trump is a fascist. And everything he does, they will twist the story and say he's a fascist. And by extension, anyone who follows Trump, those people are in a cult and they're fascists too, by extension. And they are demonizing and fueling this hate.
Sure.
This is largely what's behind what we're seeing right here.
Oh, yes, definitely. Most definitely, sir.
No, it's always one side doing it to the other side.
Yes.
And if there ever is a case where the other side does it to the other side, well, then that is the moment to stop and address that case and say that it is wrong.
Mm-hmm.
But you never want to, when someone does you an injustice, you never want to do the the other does it too type of thing, because that invalidates, right?
No, because that's not what it's about. It doesn't. I don't care if it's like a 5-year-old say, "Well, he started it or he did it too." You're not gonna yell. I mean, grow up.
Yeah,
no, that's not how that works.
Correcting the wrongdoing is at that moment in time, and not much, not at a much later time, when you are being corrected for your wrongdoing, right? If someone's correcting you for your wrongdoing, in other words, you can't say, well, you do it too, because there's a term for that. It's called tu quote que, which is Latin for you also. It's
good point. Good point.
Like we've observed, it's an ad hominem argument where instead of engaging with the issue presented, it shifts to the opponent's behavior or past actions. So, little fun fact for you.
Very good point, my friend. Very good. So this is Jay, the gentleman wearing the MAGA hat, comes walking down the street. As you notice, walking right by, minding his own damn business. He had food in his hand, so you understand that because it's kind of unclear in some ways. There's another video where you can kind of see it from a distance where it's a little clearer. But again, that's all he's doing. He's not discussing anything, speaking to, looking at, bothering with this group of idiots, and this is what happens. Just watch close because it's a little distorted. All right, this is a better version of it. It's from a distance, like across the street. It's a little bit, the color's shitty, but you can actually see it happen. Hold on. A little better than you could there. So he comes, hold on. He's walking with his food, minding his business. Okay, let's go from here. Knocks the hat off his head. Throws it. Comes over. He hits him with the food, and the two of them grab them. Down they go. You see how hard he hit him for no reason. The other dude hits him, picks up his glasses, and off he goes. Nothing but a fucking punk is all that this guy is. Sorry, Rach. It's all rude. It's all ignorant. And then we have this dumbass back to telling his story.
Okay, so I walked down.
Well, I'm muted that whole damn time. Sorry about that. So to me, it's just like throwing a rock through the window of your car. Okay? That green Jeep right there, if that belonged, or whatever the hell that is, Sidekick or whatever, if that was his vehicle and that other kid would have walked by and picked up a rock and threw it through his window, it's the same thing. You're damaging his property, touching his property. In turn, it's a little more dramatic, yes, but I'm just saying. Unbelievable. I saw everyone walk away. Shame on these girly men for involving the po-po. What are you talking about, 300? Somebody should have called the police on this asshole. 100%. That kid got hit, assaulted, his property taken and damaged because this asshole's a bully. Why wouldn't you call the police? Or is that the mentality you have? Like the bully mentality, because that's what this is. God, this makes me sick.
Could we be misunderstanding what 300? I mean, that is that
Well,
really what
I'm
you
trying to
believe?
make
Like
sure.
violence is the answer?
I'm trying to make sure. That's why I said, what is the deal with what you're saying, 300? I don't get it.
Right. See?
They should have involved the police. And like I said, I wouldn't have called the police. I'd have just beat the fuck out of the guy, and that'd have been the end of it.
Which one specifically is the girly men?
That's there. Yeah. What does that even mean, by the way? Girly man.
What? I mean, the ones doing the attacking didn't call the police on themselves.
No.
That's my mentality. It isn't like anyone was knocked unconscious.
So you think that him knocking the hat off of the kid and the kid responding to that in turn deserved what he got? Wow.
I can't get behind that.
Can't men fight like men? Well, that wasn't a fair fight, 300. He was jumped by two guys after being assaulted and attacked at first. So sorry, maybe you don't belong here because I don't like that at all. I don't believe in that at all. And if I were to encounter somebody like you in the street, all I'm gonna tell you is I feel bad for you. If that's what you think, sorry. Ain't nothing about being soft, bro. It's about doing it so that you can handle it the legal way, so that you don't get sued and things like that. That's what it's all about. Because people with your mentality end up doing things like that. Sorry.
You know what this looks like? This looks like brown shirts.
Yeah. Yeah. I remember you saying that once before about another situation. If he didn't have the maggot, that's your opinion. How do you know? I'd be friends with him. Dude, go somewhere. Fuck you. Get out of my channel. Trash. Sick of people like you. Bye. Have a great day. Or maybe not. Bye-bye now.
That's what's wrong.
100%. 100%. Sorry. Like I said, I don't support MAGA. I'm not a big Trump fan. None of that. But I would never say something like that. Sorry. And I'm sorry, folks, if you think that's different of me to be that way. I'm sick of people and their ignorance. Grow up. Whoever you are. Bye-bye now. You ain't coming back here. That's a fact. Anyway, so this shows you, this is the problem right now. This is the problem with people. Like I said, I don't follow the left or the right. I got my own thoughts and feelings. Okay. I truly do. But that doesn't mean I hate either people on the other sides. I don't. And I'm not going to treat anybody that way either. We're all still adults. We're all supposed to be adults that can act and think that way. And we're all humans. And that should be treated that way. That is why we don't do this, folks. I don't do this shit here. That 300 or whoever that was, I don't do it. Sorry. Bye-bye now. You can have your feelings about the MAGA situation. That's fine. That doesn't mean that I can't even think of the word I'm trying to say. I'm so pissed off right now.
What he's saying is someone with a different political opinion than yourself, it's okay to exhibit violence against
and bully them. Yeah, no, and that's not the answer. That's what happened with Charlie Kirk. I'm sorry. Jesus Christ. That's right. You keep your hands to yourself. You don't touch somebody's clothing, their hat. Would you do that? Would you walk up to a police officer and take their hat off and throw it? No. Because you know you go to jail. Same thing. I'm sorry, but it is.
And there's no way if someone was wearing rainbow, for example, colors in any way, a flag, clothing, apparel, whatever.
Oh yeah, there's
if that
people
happened to them. Two people attacked that person. You would get behind that? No, you wouldn't.
Obviously.
You would call it out at that point.
That's right. And I've seen this happen to people. I've seen people that are wearing the gay pride flag on a hat be talked down to and looked down to and things like that. Yeah.
Yeah, it would be a hate crime at that point is what it would be.
Violence is not the answer. That is absolutely a hate crime. In my opinion, so is that. What just happened here.
And yeah, I think it was Vivian said that earlier. It's a hate crime. It is a hate crime.
It should be listed as that, yes, because it absolutely is. And whoever it was, I don't give a fuck who they were. They won't be here anymore. Whoever you are, grow up and get a life.
Maybe it was Ray. I forget who said it, but yeah, it's a hate crime. Whoever said it.
It should be.
And no, it's not Jeff H. I don't think that at all.
Jeff would not promote violence. As much as he irritates, he wouldn't promote violence. I'm sorry. So I don't think it is.
I don't agree with him on the Idaho 4, but he would not. Yeah, we cannot confuse 300 as Jeff H.
I have a feeling it could be somebody else that was in here. I'm not going to claim who it is and be wrong, but I have a feeling who it was. I definitely don't think it's Jeff, though. Jeff does not promote violence. He never has, no matter what the situation is, but that he's never done, and I'll give him that, okay? But this other person, you need to grow the fuck up, and maybe you'd have some more friends, or maybe not, who knows? But you're not going to have any here, sorry. Moving on. Oh God, I'm pissed off right now. Sorry. Let me relax, you guys. I just got to calm down a little bit.
Yeah, I knew we didn't misinterpret the meaning. The first.
I didn't think so either, Eddie.
Thing that he chatted, but just to give the opportunity to clarify and check him or herself and see if maybe we did misinterpret it. Give him an opportunity to clarify, and we knew we were right and validate.
Well, I've always had a feeling with that person, but I watched them.
I've seen it in days past.
Right. I watched them, and that's fine. Troll all you want until you make or do something like that. And guess what? You don't troll here anymore. And that's whatever. I don't care. You're not going to, because if you're going to say stuff like that, that means that at some point you're going to say something to somebody in this community. And I won't allow for people to be disrespected in here. I'm sorry, but I won't. So you don't belong here. Have a great day. I hope you find your community where you belong. I mean, I can direct you a couple of places, but I'm not going to go there. But anyway, like I said, I'm sorry, you guys, that I reacted the way I did, the things I said, but I'm not sorry because I'm not putting up with the ignorance anymore and the stupidity in these supposed adults that act the way they do. Just saying. You made the wrong statement to me and you're gone. And it's definitely not Jeff, folks. I promise you that's not Jeff. Jeff does not and will not, as much as he irritates, he does not and will not promote violence against somebody else. And that's exactly what that guy was doing and making a statement of. So sorry. That's not him. There's a couple people I think it could be, though.
This video that we're watching, if anyone can get behind and back up what we're seeing here and think that that's okay, then that would mean that if that ever happened to you, you're digging that. You're all for it and you enjoy it. And you would love it if that happened to you.
Exactly. And that tells me that you're, in some senses, could have supported somebody having their life taken because of a difference of opinion. And I don't agree with that. I'm sorry. I don't agree with that at all. It's wrong.
It also means if you flip the script, if everything was the opposite and the other side did it to the other side, you're all for that.
100%.
You back it up. That's
100%.
what you're for. You love and enjoy it. And you think that's a safe country to live in. You want your children.
Oh, wow.
No, you want that for yourself and your children. That's your community.
And you're teaching your children the same thing, and I won't be there for that. Sorry. My kid. And like I said, I like to see people like this idiot approach people like me, that I'm not going to be the guy that's going to let you knock me down and hit me and all that. You're going to go to the hospital, kid. I'm just telling you, come at me that way and see what happens to you. And this is the other thing, is you don't understand something. If this guy did this in this state, okay, we're an open carry state. And we also have the stand your ground law. If I was walking down my sidewalk in front of my house or somewhere and you come over and touch me, and you can get shot doing that. Just so you know, you don't touch people. You don't touch people. I'm just telling you. People don't play around here no more with this kind of shit. It's ignorant. You don't touch people. And you're going to you knew what he did, guys. We all saw what he did. That's why I'm so irritated. You saw the hat. You thought you were going to be a smartass because you don't agree with it. Flip it and said, go get it. Like he's your slave or something. No. Sorry. This is how people get hurt really bad. And he's lucky he didn't. That's all I'm saying. No problem.
For the record, because this is important. This is the left doing it to the right is what we're watching. Make no mistake about that. And why are we pointing that out? Because
it doesn't
if it
matter.
Happens the other way, then we will call that out.
Yeah, you call it either way.
We're talking about pattern recognition here lately, and if you're all about pattern recognition, be watching for it in situations like this.
It's a very bad thing. No matter how you look at it, no matter what you call it, but it's all bad, period. I just don't understand it anymore. And like we said before, my opinion is the reason that this guy doesn't like the guy wearing the MAGA hat is because if everything that is brought out by social media that he sees about this other guy and what his beliefs are is nothing but negative stuff. Nothing but negative. There's nothing positive that MSM shows because they want to get people like him pissed off at people like him. That's what it's all about. That's how they do this, why they do this. Would you say, Annie, play this guy? I'll play a little bit more, but he really aggravates me, so.
Yeah, you're right.
Correct me if I'm wrong, right?
Was he there?
He was there, right? So I walk down, I see old boy walking around, right?
Who?
He's got, I've seen this guy fucking on campus before.
Okay.
I know he's like fucking like right wing dude. Okay. He's got a fucking like Make America Great Again hat, right?
Okay, well, there you go, right there.
Right there it is.
He just claimed it right there. I know he's a right wing. He's got the fucking hat. I know he is. I'm going to fuck with him because I don't like him. That's exactly what that is. He just admitted to it right there. What, he heard that go down? Oh, sorry, you guys. I'm just sick of it, you guys. I'm over it. I'm tired of people. But what happened here? Hold on. Did it end? No, sorry.
Pardon my French. Like, I'm not going to actually take your hat off.
But no, don't touch it.
Okay, sure. Probably that's probably not good.
No, it's not.
But
Let's get to our segment on belief.
Why does it keep doing this? No. No.
Yeah, you're right, SRB. He did it over his political belief.
That's all it was, yes.
And he said it in such a way where, can you imagine if you flip the script like, okay, so I'm addressing the officer. Officer checks me for my behavior, and I say, look, I've seen him on campus before. He wears, these items of apparel. I can tell he's a left-wing dude. He's a liberal dude.
That's it right there.
Yeah, AKA he deserved the beat down. That's what
That's how he's trying to make it beat. Yeah, right. And that's not what this is. That's not what life is anymore. But it's supposed to. Well, that's what it is, but it's not supposed to be. Is what I'm trying to say.
I mean, he went on the record and said, "Yeah, that's why I did what I did." He's a conservative dude.
It's a loser.
Wow.
It is disgusting to see.
He's
It.
comfortable saying that and like justified saying that.
Yeah. Oh, very comfortable. That's why I wanted to show you guys that today. Really wanted to show you that because it had me so fired up when Rach sent that to me. And I know we're about done, guys. I've been here for a long time, and I gotta have a little meeting with my mods anyway. But when she sent that to me, I was like, "What is this? What is this?" So I started watching. I went, "Oh hell no, nope, no." So I wanted to show that to you guys, and it is absolutely Vivian targeted violence.
Yeah, and it's the MSMs. We talked about this dog whistle too.
And that guy was fired. He was fired from his TA job and all that. Thank God. So.
Oh, that's good. Yeah. The mainstream media has a way of blowing the silent whistle, and the listeners can hear it, and they know what to do when they hear that.
Yep, and the younger generation is the one that's being affected, and it does work both ways. Texas is right; it does go both ways, guys. Don't get it wrong, and that's the way they want it. They want everybody at each other's throats. That's how I see it. Okay, it's a division, a clear division, and that's not what it's about. That's not what we're about. We have to be the ones to stop doing this and stop making this something. We have to be able to stand up and say, you know what? I may not agree with you, but that's okay. And shake my hand. You're still,
you're right.
You're still a person. The right is extremely tall. Yes, in some senses, from what I've seen, yes, I agree with that too. But it does work both ways, and it shouldn't. We need to be the better, the bigger, and be the people that stand up and say, that's enough. We're not doing this today. That's the answer to this, okay? Human decency is a fact. I do agree. They do it with religion too, yes. I've seen people get into fistfights over religion. Believe that or not. Over religion, a fist fight. Are you serious? Jesus Christ. Hold on, Eddie. I'll be right back, bud. All right, bud. All right, all right. Thank you for joining me with these two. I appreciate you, especially for stuff like this. I put together a couple of quick songs that I had put together. As we're leaving, I'm gonna play them. Listen to them. It's what I believe. It's what needs to happen. I'm just sick of this shit. Beyond sick of it. And anybody with that mentality, I'm sick of it. Grow up, okay? Girly man. What is that? What does that statement even mean? Girly boy. What? Yeah, you're gonna get far with that mentality. That might explain some things about some of these people. Is all I'm saying. Ridiculous. Hey, Peaky. So anyway, I think that's gonna do it for this, guys. I am gonna try to come back here in a little while. Try to make up for a couple days because I haven't been here very often, and I don't know what exactly we're gonna be doing, but I'm gonna be here if I can.
Great conversation as always, Dago. Thanks.
Thank you.
As always.
Yes, I love when you're here. I think we work
Sure.
well together with our conversations, Eddie. I appreciate it very much.
Yeah, I was waiting for someone to jump up. I'm like, if no one goes up, I'll give someone else opportunity. But I know Dago wants me up there, so I'll give someone else a chance to speak. But
yeah, you guys are always welcome to jump up here with us as well. You guys, just so you know, your voices are important. That's what important. Jesus, important. That's what this is about, folks. Is to get your voices out, your opinions, your thoughts, your feelings. That's why I have the platform that I do. You guys are always welcome and welcome to do that. Just so you understand that, just not us. So
hop down and everybody, thanks, chat, and we'll see you all soon.
Yes, I'll see you soon, bud. Always, SRB, always good conversation. Yes, important. Sorry about that. Sorry. But thank you guys for letting me bring you guys something new today. A little different, a couple cases that we haven't really looked into. That's not what our typical norm has been. We got to open up the doors and let a little bit more flow and get some more attention brought to some of these other cases. But yeah, I got a couple meetings that we're going to be, I'm reading things and talking. I got a couple other things I'll be bringing here down the road too. I'm going to be doing the documents in the Nova Scotia missing children's case and some other things. I hope you guys have a great rest of your night. If I don't see you tonight when I come back out here, as long as I make it, I hope I do. If I do, I hope to see you. If not, then I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you, Moonlit. I appreciate that very much. I do. Thank you to anybody that may have donated anything to the show. It is so very much appreciated. Obviously not expected, but we do appreciate it. It keeps us going day after day, guys. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much. Don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. Sam Panther, welcome. I never seen you. Scotty, good to see you, brother. Guys, please don't forget to hit that like button on your way out the door if you can. Don't change nothing, folks. You guys are the beautiful people, and I will see you very soon. Again, mods, if you're not bored, please join me for a quick meeting after the fact. I'll see you guys soon. Bye-bye. Much love.
Chained to the system, but we breaking the chains. Echoes of the streets, yeah, they calling our name. We the people marching in the rain, chasing shadows, breaking chains. Hands up high, fists to the sky, while we run in circles, while we let it slide. We the people, we gotta do better. Torn apart, but we can pull it together. Echoes in the streets, hearts in the leather. We the people, we gotta do better. Broken glass, dreams on the floor, voices muffled behind closed doors. shout, but do they hear the fire's close, but they show no fear. Stand up tall, take the fight, turn the dark into light. We the people, we gotta do better. Told the Papa we can pull it together. Echoes in the streets, hearts in the weather. We the people, we gotta do better. Broken glass, dreams on the floor. Voices muffled behind closed doors. We scream, we shout, but do they hear the fire's close, but they show no fear. Stand up tall, take the fight, turn the dark into light. We the people, we gotta do better. Told the Papa we can pull it together. Echoes in the streets, hearts in the weather. We the people, we gotta do better. Heavy bass thump like a heartbeat pounding. Drums like thunder, voices resounding. Rise up, the time is now. We'll rewrite the story, we'll show them how. We the people, we gotta do better. Told the Papa we can pull it together. Echoes in the streets, hearts in the weather. We the people.